Yeah, I think it's live now.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Aarti. And thank you all the participants for joining and showing the patience here. So are we good to go?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. So good morning, Honorable President of the Criminological Research and Development Organization, India, Mr. Rishabh Srivastava, sir. Honorable Chief Guest Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal, Madam, Dean, School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, NFSU Gandhinagar. Respected Dr. Ranjit Singh, sir, the founder, Managing Director of Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, India. Our respected guest speakers, the participants, and the members of CRDO India and SIFS India. I am Yashwant Narayan, the National Secretary of CRDO India. I welcome you all to the second National Symposium, Probation, a Tool to Reaffirm Rehabilitation, organized by CRDO India in collaboration with Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, SIFS India. First of all, I would like to tell you about the organization CRDO India. Criminological Research and Development Organization, CRDO India, is a non-profit organization founded by three young criminologists, Mr. Rishabh Srivastava, Mr. Yashwant Narayan, and Mr. Pratikshit Tiwari in the year 2019. CRDO India is registered under the Indian Trust Act 1882 and was established with the dream of minimizing and reducing the crime rate from society by using special skills and knowledge. CRDO India is a national organization concerned with criminology, embracing scholarly, scientific, and professional knowledge concerning the etiology, prevention, control, and treatment of crime and delinquency. This includes the measurement and detection of crime, legislation, the practice of criminal law, as well as review of the law enforcement, judicial, and correctional system. Before moving ahead about the CRDO India, first of all, now I would like to invite our Honorable President of CRDO India, Mr. Rishabh Srivastava, sir, to deliver the welcome note. Mr. Rishabh Srivastava has done Masters in Law as well as Masters in Criminology and Police Studies, and he is currently practicing law at Darbhanga Session Court. Sir has also a number of papers published in his credit in several reputed journals. So I request sir to kindly address the symposium. So please.
Rishabh, kindly unmute it first.
Thank you, Yashwant. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. On the behalf of CRDO India, I, Rishabh Srivastava, founder and national president, welcome each and every one of you. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming you all to the second National E-Symposium organized by CRDO India in collaboration with SIFS India on the theme Probation, a Tool to Reaffirm Rehabilitation. I would like to welcome our honorable chief guest, Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal, our distinguished speakers, Advocate Sri Anil Kumar Singh, Professor Dr. R. Tilak Raj, Additional District and Session Judge Sri Binay Shankar, Dr. Meghna Srivatsav, Dr. Subra Sanyal, and Sri Jay Prakash Das. I welcome Dr. Ranjit Singh, Managing Director of Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, for collaborating with us in organizing this event. I extend my warm welcome to the member of CRDO India, members of SIFS India, and dear participants. Today we all have gathered here to discuss one of the most important topics on probation. The reason to organize this symposium on the subject of probation, because we all know that this topic is more studied but less talked about. There is need to talk about the probation and how it can be a tool to reaffirm rehabilitation of the offender. The criminal law in India is more into reaffirm offender rather than punishing them. It is true that the punishment gives a sense of satisfaction to the society as well as to the victim, but it does not reform the criminals. Probation gives an opportunity to the offender to make reform in themselves rather than getting into prison. Today we have amongst us many knowledgeable personalities who are highly experienced and possess vast knowledge in their field related to criminal justice system. They will emphasize more on the probation and tell how it is beneficial for the offender in their reformation, reintegration into the society. I appreciate and congratulate all the whole team of the CRDO India and SIFS India for their efforts in making this event it is possible for CRDO India to organize this second national symposium with the coordination and collaboration of SIFS India by providing their technical support. I expect that this second national e-symposium will be more productive, and the next few hours we will enjoyable and fruitful to all. We are extremely hopeful that this event is going to be a great success like every other years, and we request your support in making it memorable and successful event. I am sure that the participant who joined us today will feel enriched with the knowledge, and after completion of this event, I welcome you once again. Have a great time ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and elaborating about the purpose of this e-symposium, as well as for signaling the commencement of today's event. Thank you so much, sir. So moving ahead, I would again like to tell a few words about CRDO India. The organization was started with the objectives of advancing the study and application of criminology and allied sciences for the welfare of society and for facilitating cooperation among persons interested in prevention and control of crime. The organization's objectives are to encourage the exchange in a multidisciplinary setting of those engaged in research, teaching, and practice so as to foster criminological scholarship and to serve a forum for the dissemination of criminological knowledge. So moving ahead, since it was the time for inviting our honorable chief guest madam, but due to some unavoidable reason and her emergency traveling, she is not able to join us for now. Maybe she might be joining us later. So moving ahead, now I would like to request our Dr. Ranjit Singh sir, founder and managing director of SIFS India, who is a well-versed professional with more than 14 years of experiences in field of forensic science. And sir is chiefly competent and sought after for his question document, cyber forensics and fingerprint expertise. Dr. Singh is the founder of SIFS India Forensic Lab, serving the best forensic services globally. He has completed his master's and PhD from the University of Delhi and is qualified with CEH and CHFL from EC Council, along with additional diplomas and certification forensic science. Onto his name, he has many national and international papers in journals of repute and books published to his credit. He has also provided numerous legal reports for honorable courts, police departments, NCB, and various government organizations and law enforcement agencies. He has also rendered services to almost all life and general insurance companies and renowned corporates such as Tata Groups. He has given his expert opinion in more than thousands of cases. His contribution and work experiences are not limited to nation. He has also visited and delivered a lecture in University of College Cork, Trinity College, Ireland. He has provided several services to many countries such as USA, United Kingdom, France, Australia, and many African countries. So now I request respected Ranjit sir to kindly address the symposium. Please, sir.
Thank you so much, Yashwant, for your wonderful introduction. Thank you, Rishabh and the whole team of CRDO India, especially Subra Sanyal ma'am for introducing with the CRDO India. And it's my pleasure to associate with the young mind, and although I'm also young, so it's always pleasure to work with those who actually wants to work for the field, those who actually want to do something different in the field. So without any doubt, I accepted this. Yes, it's our pleasure to associate it with this symposium, and I can appreciate the hard work of the whole team of CRDO India, and from my team, Aarti has tried to communicate as much as possible from our side. So thank you so much for including us, SIFS India, in this second e-symposium. And I'm sure that this second e-symposium on the topic probation, a tool to reform rehabilitation, going to be very successful, as we have a team speakers on the different topics. As we all know that probation is less talked in India, and historically is very important because criminal offending since 1980s and 80s, and originally grounded in the notion of voluntarism and community engagement to the support rehabilitation of less serious offenders through understanding, kindness, and sustained moral values. Then probation was quickly institutionalized and around the world with a major component of the criminal justice system. But we always find that modern probation practices is not struggling to define in a proper aim, priorities, and way of the working. In this symposium, in this second national symposium, we have many esteemed speakers, those who are going to talk about the law of the probation practices, how probation can become a supervision, what are the judicial trends going on, and mental health, particularly in this COVID era, we all talk about the mental health. So how it is going to be mental health of the prisoner, how we, how the, for prisoner, how the mental health is going to be very, very important. So I'm sure that the team CRDO India has bring with the idea of a pool of the speakers, those who have their knowledge in the particular field. And I'm sure that all the audience going to learn a lot from this symposium. And again, I thank you, Subra ma'am, for including me in this symposium. And I wish great success for this symposium of whole team of CRDO India, S1G, Research G, and the whole team. And I welcome all the speakers and thank you all the speakers for accepting the invitation, and particularly the audience. Share the YouTube link as much as you can so that more and more people can join and learn about this symposium. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. And let's proceed further.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words and for encouraging us. And I would also like to thank you from my side as well for accepting our request for collaborating for this symposiums and extending all kind of supports that we require. Thank you so much, sir. And we would hope for further collaborations as well and upcoming events and upcoming works. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us. And now moving ahead towards the session. So we will be commencing the session from here onwards. So for commencing the session, the first, now I would like to invite the first speaker, Sri Anil Kumar Singh, sir, who is an advocate and former additional public prosecutor at the Darbhanga Court. And since this is everyone has said, and we have also shared that this symposium focuses on the probation. To know about the legalities and the laws of the probation, I request our speaker, sir, to kindly enlighten us about this topic, about the legalities and about the laws of the probation. So first of all, let me introduce you all with our speaker, Sri Anil Singh, sir. Sir is a renowned criminal advocate and former additional public prosecutor of the Darbhanga, Bihar. During his services as a prosecutor, he has successfully prosecuted many sensational cases. He was awarded 200 convictions during his service of 10 years as a prosecutor, out of which 2 capital punishments, hundreds of life imprisonment, and others are imprisonment for more than 10 years. One of the most sensational cases of triple engineer murder case, for which he was awarded a police medal by the DGP of Bihar. He has been awarded many times for his extraordinary performance in prosecution works. So I request sir to kindly enlighten us about the legalities and laws of the probation. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Rishabh and CRDO India team for giving me this opportunity to be part of this event and to express my view on probation, tool to reform, and what are the challenges we are facing in criminal courts. First of all, I would like to say that this act was introduced first in 1958, and the provision was given how to be implemented, that is in CRPC in section 360 in new amended CRPC, which has came in force in 1973. Now, the main aim behind this act was to give an opportunity to offenders to reform themselves rather than turning into a hardened criminal. So on this point, normally, like minor offenses, where maximum punishment is 7 years, but the punishment normally is given in court for 2 years. In that, Probation of Offender Act section 3 and 4 is given to those offenders. Now, the offenders, there are certain conditions are imposed before giving any opportunity to have get the benefit of this act. Now, first of all, if anybody who is not having any criminal history, he is the first offender, sometime we'll see the person due to some reason, though he is committing some offense, but it is not having the capital punishment or life imprisonment. Those persons those are below the age of 21 years and women, they will also get benefit of this act. Now, first of all, we'll see the provisions of section 3 and 4. The section 3 of this act, Probation of Offenders Act 1958, says the person who those are convicted for below 7 years, he will get the benefit of this act. And a person and a lady or a person who those are below 21 years, they will also get benefit of this act, but the whole discretion is given to the court. They will decide the behavior, the type of offense, the seriousness of offense. These things they will look into. Then they will decide whether this benefit is to be given to the convict or not. Now, before giving any punishment, there is provision. They will call report from the probation officers regarding their conduct, regarding their behavior. Then they will take any decision. And the provision the court will, as per the section 360 of the CRPC, they will provide the benefit to the offenders. Now the challenges we are facing. Normally in court, in practice, we'll see when anybody is punished by the court for an offense under section 379, 404, 420, like this type of offenses, then also they are awarding punishment less than 3 years. But sometime due to the lack of, on the point of lawyers, they will give suggestion to their clients to better go for appeal instead of praying for the probation, benefit of probation to the convict. We'll see, normally we are seeing in practice, the probation officers, most of the districts, for many years, for a long time, there is no probation officers. They are not reporting regarding the conduct and behavior of the accused or convict to the court. So nowadays, it is very much essential to have a wide publicity regarding the benefit given to the convict under the provision of Probation and Offenders Act 1958. And most of the time we are seeing, because there are two punishments normally under Probation of Offenders Act 1958, their admonition as well as by furnishing the bond, they will be released. Normally, we are seeing also the courts are also not also encouraging to give benefit of Probation of Offenders Act. So therefore, it is my sincere request to the DRDO and other organizations to have a wide publicity regarding for the Probation of Offenders Act, the benefit given to the convict and the first offender. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening session and talking about introduction and how the probation was introduced to India and all about the amendments in CRPC, as well as the challenges that the practitioners and the people in the field of judiciary and correctional are facing to implicate this thing, the probation in our system. Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening word. So before moving ahead, I would like to share a notice with you all. It's regarding the question and answer session about the discussion session. So we have decided to keep the question answer session and discussion session at the end of all the sessions, all the talks, all the lectures. So it's request to all the participants to be connected with us if you have any kind of question, and you can keep on posting your, or you can keep on typing your questions in the chat sections. And those who are attending our symposium through YouTube, our YouTube channel, may post their comments, post the questions in the comment section. Thank you. So moving ahead, to understand the role of probation in rehabilitation and its role in reducing recidivism from a criminological perspective, I would like to request the Honorable President of Asian Criminological Society, Dr. Ram Subbu Thilagraj, sir, to enlighten us about the reducing recidivism through probation supervision, a criminological view. Sir has been a member of the Standing Committee on Police Research of BPRND under MHA. He has been member of editorial board in the International Journal of CJS. He has served Tamil Nadu Legal Service Authority as a non-official member and also chairman of Indian Society of Criminology. Sir has served various organizations like Indian Society of Human Rights, Indian Society of Criminology, and Indian Society of Victimology. Sir has always been an active contributor to the academia, and he has published more than 10 books and 60 research papers and articles relating to various topics of crime and criminality, covering various dimensions of criminal justice system. He has represented India on various international platforms, whether it be educated talks, lectures, or a guiding force for various international organizations like Asian Criminological Society, Macau, and International Society of Criminological Psychology, Mexico. Sir has academic and research experience of more than 30 years and with 14 years of administrative experience. He has been one of the fundamental pillars in building criminology in India. So I request Honorable Sir to kindly enlighten us about the certain topic of probation in criminological view, in which plays its role in reducing recidivism. So please, sir.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this wonderful program on exclusively on probation. It's a long due. We talk a lot on all other subjects except probation in various forums, and it's timely because I worked in the National Institute of Social Defense for about 4 years. We used to collect statistics on prison and also probation. But as on date, nothing is available in this country to see what is the position of probation. But we must understand certain basics of probation. Of course, others might have explained to you. But as a student of criminology, I would like to explain the importance of probation. See, probation is a community-based treatment of offenders. First of all, you must understand. That's very, very important. The objective of correction is to reform him behaviorally, rehabilitate him economically. Finally, he must be reintegrated into the mainstream of social life. He must be assimilated. He must be an acceptable person of the society. This is very, very important. This objective can be achieved only if it is community-based, because we talk about individualized treatment, individual-based treatment, understanding his psychology, understanding his family background, understanding his environment. All these things are very important. Unless you understand him, you cannot. But that is not possible in a prison. So that all through the years, criminologists all over the world strongly recommended as probation as the one of the best method of treatment of offender in the community. Because remember, he is coming from the community. Again, he must go back to the community. That is very, very important. And very important thing is there are many researchers, and India also we conducted a long time back Dr. Bhattacharya from National Institute of Social Defense, Professor S.P. Srivastava, and many more researchers conducted. And all these researchers, consistently proved beyond doubt that probation is the best method of treatment. Had they been imprisoned in the prison, they should have become a learned criminal. Because, as they are all aware, there are two theories. Because I have been asked to talk from a criminological perspective, so that I want to make it very clear. We know that differential association theory of Sutherland's, Edwin Sutherland, he makes it very clear, criminal behavior is learned, intimate close relationship. So that once the convict enter into the prison, there are plenty of opportunities learn techniques and technicalities of crime, and thereby he comes back as a learned criminal. This is one side. The other side, even if he reformed himself with the great hopes, I had been there in the prison, and I don't want to go back, and I want to be reformed person again. The society, whether his own family members will accept, his own friends will accept, his own community will accept. So that the labeling theory also plays a very important role. These two theories says that it is as far as possible try to release him on probation. It has proved beyond doubt. In all other countries, in the US, in European countries, probation is widely used as a best method of treatment within the community. Even the countries where the punishment is very stringent, where many prisons are there, imprisonment is frequently given. The other end, you will find there is a probation is also widely used. You must understand that is very important factor. There are probation in US, for example, Association of Probation Officers. They are doing wonderful work. And the other side, if you see in Japan, there are voluntary probation officers. There are, NGOs, people, many people are released on as voluntarily. They come as work as a probation officers to help them the reform in the community. So to that extent, all other part of the world, the probation is widely used, and it is very successful. Understand, not everybody is released on probation. I think judges, lawyers, they spoke already. It is highly selective, not everybody. So that is seriousness of when circumstances of the case, young man and he has a family, first time he might have committed the offenses. If you send him to prison, he will come back and learn a criminal. This is one side. The other side, his family is affected. His employment affected. So that the best method is community-based treatment. So that if you see the role of a probation officer is a dual role when you supervise. One is a custodial role, like a police officer. These are the conditions you have to strictly adhere. If you don't adhere, you'll be taken to the prison. The other side, it is a completely counseling guidance. He must bridge the gap between him and the family, between him and the community and the employer. So that probation officer plays a very, very important role. But what is happening in India today is, I am very sorry to tell you, all the studies uniformly say that the judiciary is not, still they are inimical, they are not positive towards probation. That is what all the studies say. The studies data collected from the probation officers uniformly reveal that there are eligible candidates, very much they can be released on probation, but even then the judiciary is not very much in favorable. Almost in all the states, wherever I go into meetings, I ask the probation officers, they say, sir, it is not the probation what it was earlier. Yeah, I tell you, in 1976, we celebrate the year of probation throughout India, when the National Institute of Social Defense, when Jyotsna Shah was the director, we celebrated all over the country. So that this is to know how important the Probation of Offenders Act. And it is the very important thing when Professor Walter Reckless came to India in 1954 to examine the prison conditions, he strongly recommended that probation should be the best method in this kind of society. It's a traditional society. The impact will be more. Naturally, you can make use of probation as much as possible. That is the situation. But what is happening there is, the releasing on probation is day by day. It is coming down, and we must encourage as much as possible. We particularly we must revamp the probation system in India, and we must train them, the judiciary, the importance of probation, because finally it is in the hands of the judiciary. Judiciary is still not in favor. That is the failure of the probation in this country. I tell you that we have many SPL in the court of special petition in the Supreme Court. I suggested that your organization, I can join with you, file a case in the Supreme Court. How many are eligible? How many have been released? How many of them not released? Why they are not released? Just now the lawyer, I think the judge spoke. The section 6 of the act very clearly says if he is below 21 years, as far as possible, try to release him on probation, not send him to the prison. That is what the act says. That is the importance of the act. The act is completely forgotten. The act is not given any importance by the judiciary, whether it is the criminal justice system, particularly the judiciary. So that it is high time that we should strongly support. I think CRDO, it's new organizations, and people like Professor Sanyal is there very much. He's there in Delhi. I strongly support you. File a case in the Supreme Court. You see, 70%, 75% of the prisoners are under trial prisoners from UP. What is the need for it? That itself reveals that our system there is a total failure. There are many eligible people who can be released on probation. So that it's a high time that we should strongly support. I'm not going to talk anything more than that. It is a high time, because I worked in the NIST. I could see them that it was continuously, there were training programs on probation. Now, how many regional institutes of correctional administration have training programs on probation? Everything on prisons. Very little on probation. But other part of the world, it is widely used, successfully used. Research also proved beyond doubt it is a wonderful research, wonderful method of treating the criminal. But why? Why not? We are not in favor of that. When the research proved it, this is, I tell you, this is evidence-based research. And also, I want to tell you, they made a cost-benefit analysis. Send a prisoner to inside the prison, how much you are spending the money and how much you are spending in the community for the probation. Comparative cost-benefit analysis also made. It is very less comparatively. So that, we all should, this forum, I appreciate this forum should strongly support, and there we must write strongly to the judiciary, write a matter to the Supreme Court of India that there is a best method of treatment of the community-based treatment, and the probation is the best method. It is widely used throughout the world, and except India, the situation is so bad. And I am sure that this forum will do the best, and you take this matter seriously, because unnecessarily young offenders, first offenders who have really unfortunately, we are all criminologists. We are all criminologists. The society prepares the criminal and the criminal commits it. The society is responsible. Nobody is by birth criminal. The environment, the family, the circumstances. He is a victim of circumstances. So that, all of them not necessarily sent to the prison. So that prison is, all the prisons are crowded, and many of them are, as I told you, many of them are under trial prisoners. So understand the situation of the prison. And many young offenders who are all eligible offenders to release him on probation also inside. This is the pathetic situation, and I think with this, I think I thank you all for organizing this wonderful seminar on probation. Thank you, one and all. I thank particularly I think the secretary, I could not, Narayan, Yashwant Narayan, and Professor Sanyal for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much for your talk, sir, for your enlightening session, sir, and the things that you have touched and you have discussed in your talk, sir, regarding that the probation is the best treatment that could be provided to offender for their correction, for their rehabilitation, and the things that you have said that like we have got to know this for the first time that year 1974 was celebrated as the probation year in India. So thank you so much for sharing this kind of things for us and for encouraging us. And we would like to let you know that this organization is really new, and we try to cover all those parts which are untouched and which are untalked things in India, which exist in India, but they're less talked and less practiced. So we also believe that probation is the best way that a offender could get a treatment and they could not return back to the criminality, or they could not perform the recidivism. And we would definitely take your suggestion about writing to the Supreme Court of India, and we can gather all of us, all the criminologists in India who are working toward this thing, toward the correction of prisoners and the offenders, and we can collectively send this to the Supreme Court of India about the importance of probation in the treatment of offenders. So thank you so much, sir, for all the enlightenment and enriching our knowledge about probation. Thank you so much, sir. So moving ahead towards the third talk of the session, it's time to learn about the probation and its judicial trends. And to add to the enlightenment of us on this topic, I would like to take this opportunity to request Sri Vinay Shankar, sir, Honorable Additional District and Session Judge and Exclusive Special Judge for POCSO Act, Darbhanga, to enlighten us about the judicial trends of probation in India. Sir has also provided his service at Bihar Judicial Academy, Patna. So please, sir.
Thank you. I am too much overwhelmed for getting this opportunity. And I thank to Rishabh also and all the team members of CRDO and other speakers that I got this opportunity. Basically, being a trial judge, we have to sit and listen. And there is less scope to speak. But here I got an opportunity to speak and express my views regarding Probation of Offenders Act and its judicial trend. Now here I would like to remind all of you that the Probation of Offenders Act, although enforced in 1956, but the roots of the concept of probation is deeply enshrined in Indian culture and tradition. Let me remind you that in India there is concept of repentance. If anyone do some wrong, then they used to do prayashchit. If I remind you, then you can remember that Gautam Buddha once tells to Angulimal the cat that "Tum kab thehroge," when you will stop. This line is sufficient to bring him in the society back for constructive work. That concept of repentance you can easily see in case of Valmiki, who later on written Ramayana. It means the concept of repentance, prayashchit, is nothing but a kind of opportunity provided to the accused to think over the act which he has done and reform themselves and reintegrate with the society. This is the basic aim. Although the new concept started in 1841 in USA, where Boston Cobbler and John Augustus request to the court to send some young offender with them so that they can reform them and rehabilitate them in society. And thereafter, modern concept of probation, its tools and technique is regularly developed in common law countries with common law judicial system or adversarial system. And later on in USA, National Probation Act 1925 has been passed. And we can learn from USA that they are more than 60% accused given benefit of Probation of Offenders Act. Although in India, this act is, even after 70 years, is still not get its fate, as there is very less response in trial court. And I do admit that, yes, this is the condition in the trial court due to lack of awareness, knowledge, as well as the infrastructure which is required to enforce this law. Now we should remind here also again that Gandhiji said that head the sin, not the sinner. The person who has committed sin is basically maladjusted people. As the sir has said that criminal behavior is like other profession, engineering, medical is also learned in association with criminals. As Edwin H. Sutherland has said that criminal behavior is also learned. But this sociological thinking is still not in effect, as the person who is dealing with this act is still stick with Lamborghini theory, where he works with prejudiced mind that a person brought before the court and held guilty, he analyzed them with his physical appearance and with prejudiced mind that he has done something wrong, he should be exonerated from the society and he should send in incarceration to keep the society safe. But this thinking is required to be changed. Now, I would like to just focus on 2-3 points that how the trial courts think. Basically, still our penal laws is based on theory of retribution. A person, by doing crime, enjoys pleasure. That's why some pain has been inflicted in that ratio so that her act can be curtailed, as well as a deterrence can be go to the society, so that prospective offenders restrained from their act. Now, when you are thinking about retribution, then court only thinks about actus reus and mens rea. It means he tried to find out what is the intention behind the act which is committed by the offender. Here, the offender is not in play. We are only dealing with the act and his intention. It means the person is not there. The person who has committed the act and the person due to whom he has committed the act, both is not there. Now, once our judicial system and our reformative agencies, on the suggestions of several commissions, it comes in the purview that reformation and rehabilitation is the best method to deal with the criminals, as every human being has some value, they can contribute in the society. So now it is expanded that the person who is young, the person who is offender of less crime or not serious crime, he must be given an opportunity to reintegrate themselves in the society. Now, at this juncture, the court has to think 2-3 things. First, the guilty person having a sense of guilty. Now, he should remove from that sense. It means that there should be some sanction, or there should be some admonition, or there should be some bond through which he can come out from the guilt which he corrected or gathered due to occurrence. Second, we have at the same time think about that the sufferer, the victim, there must be some solace to the victim also. At the same time, prospective offenders should be deterred. At the same time, a message should be gone to the society that yes, they are secure. Although this may be applied in serious crime, not in the crime which is not of serious nature. Considering these all things, we can give an opportunity to the offenders to reintegrate, rehabilitate them under supervision of probation officers and some other agencies who monitor there and help them, not only monitor, help them or counsel them, so that they can not only come out from the sense of guilt, or rather they can rehabilitate themselves with their all due economic and social activities. Now, here the Probation of Offenders Act clearly mentioned in section 3, 4, 6, 11, which is the concern of judicial interpretation as well as judicial decisions. Section 3 clearly said that in less serious cases where the offense is punishable less than 2 years, and some sections has been mentioned like 379, 380, and etc., in which the court is bound to give the benefit of Probation of Offenders Act. They have no other option. If they are denying the benefit, then they should provide reason that why they are denying the benefit to the offenders. Now here one thing is very important, that whether report of probation officer is required or not. There are several decisions initially in which it is said that it is not mandatory. Court can interpret even though there is no report of probation officer. But this matter is settled in Ratan Lal case versus State of Punjab, AIR 1965 Supreme Court, page number 44, where it is said that report of probation officer is mandatory because on the basis of that report, you can only gather the fact and circumstances of the case as well as the social and economic background of the offenders who has committed the offense. Then only you can interpret the probation offenders in right context and in right direction. So it is mandatory, although there is a term in section 4 used that if any. There was confusion regarding interpretation of that word if any. But the court has settled in this case that if any doesn't mean that there is no requirement of report of probation officers. If any here means such a requisition, the PO for one reason or other reason, probation officer for one reason or other reason has not submitted the report. It means that the court have no discretion. Rather, he is bound to call for the report from probation officer. It may or it may not be on record, but the court has bound to call for the report of probation regarding offenders who comes under purview of section 3, 4, and 6. Now here during interpretation of section 3 of Probation of Offenders Act, it was interpreted that he must not be convicted earlier. Now here one thing is very important for section 3, that is for admonition. Previous conviction, if there is previous conviction, then on admonition he can't be released. But under section 4 on probation, bond of probation of good conduct, he can be released. So here what we observe in the trial courts, that if any offender is convicted earlier, although he is held guilty for less serious offenses, the court denied that he is convicted for initial previous offense, previous time, then he can't get benefit of Probation of Offenders Act, which is wrong interpretation. He can't be benefited by due for admonition, but he may be granted benefit under section 4. Now section 6 also said that if any young offender who is below 21 years and not be guilty for the offense punishable for life imprisonment, he must be think for giving benefit under Probation of Offenders Act. And that is very important, as we know that for offenders up to 18 years, there is Juvenile Justice Act. Now 18 to 21 years is also the extension of adolescence, where the person is or person's behavior is channelizing through various resources or various circumstances of the society. And they are still not developed in a hardened personality. So there is lots of chance to return back from the act which they have committed and reintegrate in the society for the benefit of the society. So it should be applied and it should be used. Now, I'd like to discuss some cases, case laws, and some examples in which the court has laid several principles regarding interpretation of Probation of Offenders Act. where the probation can be allowed or probation cannot be allowed. Now in Sayyid Salim versus MG Sinon case, 1991 CRLJ, Criminal Law Journal, 294 page, it is held that a police officials who has committed offense of illegal confinement and tortures the complainant during investigation, and a case has been filed against him by the complainant, then the Honorable Court held that in such circumstances, the benefit of probation cannot be given, as the crime have the effect on society and its mentality. And police officials who seems to be responsible for their behavior, which is illegal, as they are all not illiterate person, they know the laws, hence the benefit of probation cannot be given. But in some cases, court said that if any accused has committed some offense due to land dispute, due to grave and sudden provocation, then even the young offender has committed offense, he may be granted benefit of probation, as he is not criminal. He is maladjusted people due to the circumstances which is prevailed in her society, in her house, in her family. Similarly, in A.S. Krishna versus State of Kerala, AIR 2004, Supreme Court 3229. In this case, the fact of the case was that a false document has been used for admission in medical college. The court said that benefit of probation could not be given, as it's a long-lasting effect on the society, and such behavior of the criminals could not be tolerated. And if he will get entered in the profession like medical on basis of false document, it would have impact in the society as well as profession. It will disrepute the same. Hence, the benefit of probation has not been given. Now, some other cases, like in Jai Kishore Prasad versus State of Bihar, AIR 1972, Supreme Court, 2522, page number. Here, the lower court has interpreted serious cases, that the nature of allegation is serious, the accused is held guilty for the serious offenses, then he cannot be granted benefit of Probation of Offenders Act. The court clearly held that Section 6 talks about those offenses in which the punishment is life imprisonment. Hence, only saying that the offense is serious in nature, you cannot deny the benefit of Probation of Offenders Act to a young offender who is less than 21 years of age. Similarly, in Isar Das versus State of Punjab, page number 1972, Supreme Court 1295, it is held that even in cases of food adulteration, the benefit of Probation of Offenders Act can be given. Although, in case of Jai Narayan versus Municipal Corporation Delhi, 1972, Volume 2, Supreme Court Cases 634, the court held that the court denied to grant Probation of Offenders Act, benefit of Probation of Offenders Act in food adulteration case. But the fact of the case was that some coal tar dye was mixed in making patisa, and that patisa is usually consumed by the children of society belongs to lower strata, and they have no awareness about this. So court termed it serious and offense against society, and hence the court has not given benefit to the offender under Probation of Offenders Act. Similarly, in case of Arvind Mohan Sinha versus Amulya Kumar, AIR 1974, Supreme Court 1818, it is held that in cases of Custom Act and Gold Control Act, the benefit of Probation of Offenders Act can be given. There is no bar regarding giving benefit of Probation of Offenders Act in such cases. Similarly, in Devi versus State of Haryana, AR 1979, Supreme Court 181, 1848, the court held that if there is offense against teenage girl child, forcing her into sexual submission, then the benefit of Probation of Offenders Act cannot be given, as such person could be weed out from the society to make society safe for the children. Now, in such manner, we can easily conclude that the Supreme Court and the High Court both have interpreted the Probation of Offenders Act in light of fact and circumstances of the case. Now here, what is important for the trial court is that we should go through several decisions which is given by the Honorable Supreme Court and High Court regarding use of Probation of Offenders Act and its interpretation. There is no any categorization in which cases you have to give, in which cases you have not to give. Although Section 4 clearly interprets that in all cases, we can use the benefit of Probation of Offenders Act where the offense is not punishable with life imprisonment. We can give the benefit. Similarly, in Section 3, it is clearly mentioned that in such cases where the punishment is less than 2 years, we have to give benefit of Probation of Offenders Act. Whereas in Section 6, it is mandatory to give benefit of Probation of Offenders Act to the offenders who is below 21 years age. Now here, one thing is important, that we have to interpret the fact and circumstances of the case, but not on the basis of conjecture and surmises, which we develop or evolve due to our prejudiced mind. As we hold the guilty accused, then we think that he is hold guilty, now he has to send jail. We have to find out that whether there is chance, there is fair chance that the person who is sent to incarceration, if he will not send, he may be reformed and rehabilitated. Now, as we know that our criminal justice system is a status degrading system. If we send the young offenders to the jail, they will turn into hardened criminal by getting further training in jail. So what is required, that you should give an opportunity and surrounding so that they can, in supervision of probation officers and other NGOs and organizations, they evolve and repent on their act and re-establish themselves and become a human resource to the society. So each and every case could be interpreted with their own fact and circumstances without any prejudice mind. At the same time, the probation officer is very helpful in such circumstances, as they will not only visit the houses and residence of the offenders, rather they collect their educational, economic, social background, family background. Then you can interpret the things easily and effectively. Now here, what we required a standard form and format on the basis of which the mental, physical, and social condition of accused could be inculcated in scientific and reasonable basis. The basis should be scientific. The analysis should be scientific. It should be not just a fact mentioned. It should be analyzed. It should be analyzed with the help of expert. It should be analyzed with the help of a person having experience in the field. So we required to attach several organizations in this field so that they can help the system to reach on the right conclusion, and also develop a system and method through which we can inculcate all this information easily and effectively so that we can interpret it further. Now, I think this is submission from my behalf, although it requires lots of discussion to not only make this act live, effective, as this act is having very, very long lasting effect, and due to its non-enforcement, not only pendency of the cases increase in the society, in the trial courts, as well as the person who is convicted is turning into hardened criminal or more hardened criminal. So we should think seriously so that we can aware the people, make this act effective. Now, this is my submission. I got less time, although I prepared so that we can deliberate and deliver on this point. And we think that we should further discuss with several others example in the trial courts where it is used or the act is not used, so that to understand the act in much effective way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening session about the judicial trends in India about of the probation, and mentioning all the cases where the the provisions of probation was misinterpreted by the courts, as well as the thing that you have discussed, that the section, and you discussed the sections of this act which is being misinterpreted by the judicial professionals. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with all kind of things and in your talk, sir. So that's all from this three speakers. Now, since we have got time before the break, we are opening to the question answer session and the discussion session. So any participant or any member of the symposium who have any kind of question, any kind of query, or any kind of views about the probation can put it in the chat section, and we can take it from there. And please mention the name of the speaker to whom you are going to ask the question, please. We request to the participants, if they have any kind of question, any kind of query, or any kind of view that they want to discuss about the probation with the speakers, are open to put it in the comment section or in the chat section. We can take it from here and we'll discuss with the respective speakers. Please mention the name of the speakers to whom you want to ask the question.
There is someone in the chat box who is requesting for the names of cited cases in print. So can we just have a look at that? And a question from Vibha Sharma, that she would like to know from the last speaker, that is Binay sir, if in the Judicial Academy probation is taken up during training.
In Judicial Academy?
Yes, sir.
Hello. In Judicial Academy, we used to organize training program on Probation of Offenders Act to the newly interned judicial officer during induction course, as well as during regular training course. There is also a scope for getting intern in Judicial Academy. They can apply and get the chance for internship there. And we used to get research on these topics. There are several study materials also available in the academy, especially in Bihar Judicial Academy, regarding the Probation of Offenders Act. You can apply probably in March, April, month of March and April, they used to apply, and after call, they used to join the internship there.
So there's one more question in the chat box. How does political will impact on the implementation of probation in this subcontinent?
Basically, what I observe, it's my personal view, that our criminal judicial system is still oriented towards punishment. It means weeding out the offenders from the society. And the social stigmatization is so hard that the people, even though we are giving benefit under Probation of Offenders Act, they used to prefer appeal because they said that we are pulled guilty. That is going to long lasting. So instead of getting benefit of Probation of Offenders Act, they used to prefer appeal so that they can be acquitted in appeal. Now, in our continent, in our subcontinent, we are not talking about subcontinent. I am talking about India, especially Bihar. We are lacking infrastructure. Only giving benefit or releasing him bond is not sufficient, because the society orientation towards that accused is not going to change by order of the court. The orientation of the society towards that person is he is accused and he is not punished. He is released on bond. So what we need conciliation of that person so that he can easily re-establish himself in the society. He needs regular conciliation, regular motivation, which is lacking. As we have no trained professionals, we have no proper infrastructure. That's why this act is not going to giving impact in the society.
Thank you, sir, for your response. We have another question for Professor Tilagraj, sir. So, Tilagraj, sir, there's a question that how can an academic institution play an important role in the community-based treatment programs?
Community institutions can play a major role. As I told you, that there are 5,000 voluntary probationers in Japan. Now, people from the most of them are from the college students, teachers, school teachers. They all involved in helping the probation. You see, just now our honorable judge told that the community we have already a lot of problems. But so it is a link between the individual offender and the community. This gap can be, clearly we can do a lot. As I told you, the probation officer plays a role of a psychologist, counseling. He's not providing a counseling to the individual probationer, but also to the family and sometimes to the police officer. Give him a chance. Like he committed an offense for the first time. Understand his family background. He can be easily reformed, rehabilitated. So that the institutions, the students of the social work, law students, and the criminology students, sociology students who have some knowledge about the society, the individual psychology, they can join together with the probation department. It can be a part of their internship in their curriculum. That is what we suggest. That will help. That will be a good beginning. I tell you. We have the law universities nowadays. They have legal clinics in different parts of the world. Probation can be a part of their job in the clinic, and they can bring together. They may be able to talk more on the legal perspective. They can bring in the criminology students, the psychology students, the social work students. It will be a joint effort. They can do wonderful work. So that they can, for the people who are released on probation, they can help them to be reintegrated in the mainstream of life. They can play a lot. That is what happening in Japan. I happen to discuss with some of the senior professors. There are for one probationer, there are 1 or 2 volunteers. They come in, one for employment, one for counseling, one for guidance, like that. So that the institutions, these institutions can do a lot, and that's how I recommend. Thank you.
There's one more question, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So the person wants you to comment upon the rehabilitation of the criminal by probation.
I am not clear what he wants exactly.
He has just mentioned how can rehabilitation of the criminal by probation can be done.
Probation itself is rehabilitation in the community. There is no need for sending him to the prison. He will learn, instead of reformation, he will learn many techniques, come back as a learned criminal, so that finally he must come back to the society, to the community, where he must be reintegrated. So that the community is very important. He must be reformed within the community. Thereby the probation officer trained exclusively for this purpose, counseling, guidance, and also collaborating with the employers, collaborating with the school teachers, collaborating with the family members, collaborating with the neighbors. All those things, they come together and they will all work together to reform, so that it is possible. That's how it is done. The probation is such an excellent work. It is a community-based treatment where the community resources, all the resources available, resources are made use of the reform team.
Thank you, sir, for your response. We have another question for Binay, sir. Sir, can mental health professionals, psychologists, and sociologists can play any type of role in probation?
Now, in section 6, it clearly said that the probation officer have to report on the mental, physical, psychological background of the offenders, especially the young offenders. And an expert can give opinion about that. Then the probation officers is required to attach with all the segments, all the members having expert of mental, psychological, physical, education, is attached with him and counseling him and give a report thereafter. So it's required their attachment, as we required report on these all 3 points: mental, psychological, physical health of the offenders. So they're required to attach. Thereafter, they can give the report. Otherwise, no one can be expert of each and every field. So it requires to attach them.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Aarti. And I would like to add on to this question, and I would like to request Professor Aarti Lagraj, sir, to kindly mention this thing, that why criminologists and how criminologists also can play a role of probation, how they could be important part of the of probation, sir. So please, sir, please add on to this how criminologists could be included into the probation thing, sir.
As I told you that the criminologist can play a very important role. Originally, if you go back and trace the the question of the probation officer qualifications, he will be a social worker. So that the social worker, he knows the social worker, the community, helping the offender in the community. Whereas criminologist, he learns about the completely on the psychology of crime, sociology of crime, social work of them, psychotic aspects of crime, all aspects of crime apart from the legal aspects of crime. He will be the most suitable person, and I think in some of the states they are eligible to apply for. In Tamil Nadu also, we have the prison department there, and we have we tried our best. What happened was they will be given a priority when they go for an interview after their success in the service commission. But my suggestion is specifically we have to make use of the criminologists, particularly for appointment as a probation officer, and I think that can be one of your recommendations. You can make it to the state government and also the central government. That will can help you a lot. And what I suggest is criminologists should be see, going to the prison. It's a tedious job, getting a permission from the IG, going there, being there, and doing research or contacting the prisoners. Whereas it is easy within the community. Their understanding also will be easy, so that they can all the aspects of crime, crime and the criminals, they can do a lot when they're there in the community, along with the probationer officer, along with the probationer. He can understand various the dynamics, the issues and problems of the crime. That will have a clear understanding about their crime. So that I think more than theory, what is the reality, how the problems they face in the community, how the probation officer faces in the community. Particularly, one serious problem is employment. Many times, when they don't get the employment, they will go back, they will recidivate, the recidivism, relapse to crime. When the society doesn't accept, when he is not given a job, there is no other alternative. And naturally, there is a possibility to go back to crime. So that as far as possible in these areas, the students of criminology, social work can convince the employer, and see that they're getting a job. That is, the measuring rod for a good probation officer is getting employment, not only accepting on the part of the family and the community, but also at the end, he must get a job, he must be accepted. Because unless he's economically rehabilitated, then there is no use. So that in this context, and this criminology students can do a lot, and I am sure that that will be a good beginning.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay, we have one more question from Jyoti Rana to Binay sir. If a victimized person is committing a crime, it can be said it is a provocation which led him or her to do that. Can such offender, which we are calling victim turned offender, consider to grant probation?
Of course, basically, there is circumstances which we have to discuss, that why and when he has committed the offense. Here we have to concentrate on two persons, the offender himself and the person who has provoked him or who has made him to commit those crimes. We have to consider both these. In this reformative system, we have to find out the entire social background in which the crime has been committed. We have not only concentrate on the act. The act itself is crime, no doubt. We are still addressing the act only, the act and the intention of the person who has committed the offense. Now, under Probation of Offenders Act, or in the cases of reformative justice, it is said that now you turn your focus towards the person who has committed the crime. It means we have to find out his social background, economic background, his condition, his education, his way of rearing and caring, and thereafter the person due to whom he has committed the crime. Is any person who has provoked him, is any person who has trained him, is any person who has given any lucrative offer to the young offender so that you can commit the crime. Like here, several hardened criminals is giving lucrative offer in Bihar to peddling the liquor, and they are indulged in those crimes. Now, in such cases, he is victim of the crime, not the offender. In one manner, he is victimized due to society and due to hardened criminal. So these all things must be considered and will be considered to giving benefit to the Probation of Offenders Act.
Thank you, sir. There's one question by Pranamika Saikia, and it's a very long question, but it's okay. So she's from state Assam. She's been working as a human rights defender in her region, and lots of times she has seen heinous crime offenders who were released with a notice, but no follow-up from his behavioral change. The state police were not aware about the criminologist and their role in the community. So how to take an initiative when being a criminologist, we are always being questioned why we are working on such. And there's a lack of probation officers, government pay, less importance. So she needs suggestion to cope up with all of these situations.
Now, the situation is very common in each and every state, I think. Basically, probation officers is appointed through Public Service Commission. And I think in many of the states, there is no infrastructure to train and sensitize them. Even before appointing them, they did not bother to interview that whether they are being oriented to do such kind of work. In such circumstances, they are not going to take interest. So what we require that on the basis of their qualification and orientation, we should give them such kind of job. And they are doing in a mechanical manner, without any emotions, without any thinking, without putting himself in the system. Now here, this is beneficial legislation. Basically, we are trying to weed out the young offenders, and we have to try to rehabilitate in the society further. And it cannot be possible without monitoring their behavior. Otherwise, the act will be failed. And she is rightly said that even after releasing on the bond, no one is going to monitor, no one is monitoring them, as there is provision under Section 11 that if they are violating any condition of Probation of Offenders Act, then by giving a chance to them, he may be heard, and after that, his bond may be cancelled, and he may be called for serving the sentence. So this kind of control is required. Then this act maybe get a success. Otherwise, it will be bound to fail. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope the questions have been answered. So now I have a point to raise, and I would like to request all speakers, Honorable Judge, Mr. Vinay sir, Anil Singh sir, and Professor Tilagraj sir, to put their views on a point that we are talking about probation, and we say that probation is a community-based treatment to offenders. But as a community, we the people in the community and in the society, we are still inclined towards deterrence. We believe that deterrence is the only way to reduce crime in society. So why is it so? Why we are not looking at the rehabilitative perspective of correcting an offender? Why do we always keep on saying that to reduce the crime or to reduce the crime rate or to prevent the crime, it's necessary to make the punishment more stringent or more deterrent? Why is it so? So I would like to request all the three speakers to put their views on this. Please, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Narayan, you see, you first of all, you must understand, releasing an offender on probation is selective. Not everybody is released on probation. As our judge, honorable judge, Mr. Binay Singh had told, there are many points to be considered by the judge before he is released. And again, that is a report by the probation officer. He completely collects personal details, his family background, his environment, his previous case history, his employment, the educational level, family, everything is given. So that selectively it is given, so that you can easily say that there is no need for him to put in the prison. Instead, you can reform him within the community. So that this is the understanding. So that a probation officer is going to recommend only if all these things are favorable that he can be reformed, rehabilitated. Then the report is convinced by the judiciary. This is the situation. Your deterrence is so general. It is your question is your thing is so generally you are speaking from the point of there are, if you say criminals, if you classify them, you can descend to that end. You are talking in general, but we are talking about the probation of offenders, the young offender, maybe first offender, because of unfortunate circumstances he might have committed, and there is a possibility of reformation within the community. There is no need for him sending him to the prison. So if this you must understand, very, very important. I have written a book, Readings in Criminology. There is a one chapter on probation, community-based care, A to Z I have given. There is a sentencing guidelines. Sentencing American Probation Officers Association has given a sentencing guidelines. When one can be released on probation. Completely sentencing guidelines. So that probation is a suspension of sentence. When you can suspend, when you can release him on probation. Excellent guidelines is given there. Only when he falls within that, he can be released on probation. It's so that deterrence, what you talk is general. Okay, so that you are talking about the society, but that is why I told you, it is the role of the probation officer, it's the role of the community, the people. As I told you, there is people like criminologists, psychologists, social workers, the people who are really interested in the welfare of the criminal. They can join together as a collective impact, a collective effect. If they take, I am very sure that will be that will be successful. But my point is, as a judge told, it is completely, the present situation is the probation is forgotten, probation is neglected in the criminal justice system. It's a high time that it should be revamped completely. When you revamp completely, it should be given, it should be thoroughly, it should be studied why it is not properly implemented, what are the reasons, how it can be how can we bring it back, how can we make it more effective, So that these are the things when you study, when you bring out the research studies, and I think that at the national level, and there is a forum can be formed, and all this, whatever you say, all these gaps can be rectified, and we can bring out an effective probation system again, and many of the prisoners will be of great use to them.
Right, sir.
Yeah, I think there is one more question, it seems.
So we have a couple of more questions. So
Yes. So there's a question by Chinnaswamy that how do we sensitize our planners to allocate more outlay towards crime reduction and victim governance measures? Can we specify any specific tax, subsidy, and other policy measures?
I think as such, I don't find a victim policy is just, it has come up. It is not yet clear. First of all, the judiciary has been recently, sensitized, victim oriented. Things are taking a better shape. I think soon there will be a victim policy in the government, where whatever he told will be there in the new policy. There is a strong move, victim-oriented policy.
Binesa, can we have any other comment you would like to add?
So what is important here, that we are lacking, that sir has said that there is no victim policy. At the same time, there is no sentencing policy. In penal law, there is provided minimum or maximum sentence. But what is the justified sentence? There is no policy. Similarly, there is no policy regarding in which cases the offenders should get the benefit of Probation of Offenders Act. Though there should be concrete policy we required and guidelines. Although we have to gather from the different judgment and opinions of the Honorable Court, on the basis of which we can get benefit of Probation of Offenders Act in light of reports submitted by probation officers. But they also required that on which point there should be a long elaborated rules under which they have to prepare the report, and there should be long elaborated policy in which the court has to apply the Probation of Offenders Act. We are doing a very arduous task. We have to balancing the conflicting interests of the people. There is interest of victim, there is interest of accused, there is interest of society, there is interest of prospective offenders. We have to prevent them from doing such offense further. So we have to make balance in all these four. Thereafter that, we have to decide that whether he may be granted the benefit of Probation of Offenders Act or not. So we need a concrete guideline. As you found that you can't apply the policy, we can't apply the same principle in each and every case, as the fact and circumstances of the cases are different. For the same act, one may be punished, one may be granted benefit of Probation Act, one may not be granted. For example, if any person has committed theft of grains as he was dying due to starvation, then court may be granted. But a person who is purchasing luxury car has committed theft of ornament or something else, then the situation is different. So here the court has to decide it on the basis of fact and circumstances, but there is no uniform policy. So there is no uniform application of these laws. So we need policy, not only sentencing, on Probation of Offenders Act also. We need a clear-cut policy and guidelines so that we can easily apply it. At the same time, my suggestion is that there should be some specific offices or establishment where the person who is released on bond not only report to probation officer, but report to that particular establishment where there is integrated approach for his rehabilitation, training, job, etc. is given. There should be some one-stop center is required, and we can easily monitor by getting report from that what happened to those officers, offenders who are released on probation, and there should be a clear-cut data should be available to find out that whether it is effectively applied or not. We are lacking in these areas, but with the help of modern technology, we can easily trace all these things by making some arrangement and one-stop center regarding these offenders who is released on probation of Offenders Act.
Okay. Thank you, Thilagraj sir. Thank you, Binay sir, for the response. We have one another question that is from Ayushi Kamble, and she is a first-year student, and criminology is a very intriguing subject for her. So she's asking that what are the ethical obstacles as a probation officer may face?
Obstacles, very important obstacle, if we ask a probation officer he says the first my obstacle is a judiciary. I recommend strongly, but they are not releasing probation consistently. All the research, because we studied probation officer, we studied the judicial officer. He says that it's very much favorable, very much is suitable to release him on probation, despite the fact some of the judges are not in favor of probation. This is a first obstacle uniformly most of the probation officers say. A second obstacle is when you come to the community. As I told you in the beginning, there is already a labeling. This labeling should be removed. The stigma should be removed, and there is a need for counseling and guidance on the part of the probation officer. Sometimes the probation officer says that, sir, we are able to make, convince the family, some of the families, they are not accepting, and we find it difficult. And above all, another obstacle, as I told you in the beginning, employment. Employment is a serious issue, and this labeling, once a convict, always a convict, this labeling is there, so that it is a serious issue, so that the probation officer should convincingly explain to the employer and get him a job, because he comes from a poor family and there is a need for a job. Once he put in a job, and naturally he will he will not deviate.
Here, sir, I would like to add something. Sir, what we find in judicial system that we are, although trained in such manner that we are entirely stressed on the fact and finding the truth of the fact. It means any offense has happened. So our all effort is just to finding out whether accused is guilty or not. Once the court finds that whether he is guilty or he is not guilty, after that I am here accepting that after that court doesn't do, or sir will also find that in lower court. After that, court generally not put their effort regarding sentencing as well as other things. His entire energy vested in finding the truth about guilty or not guilty. That's why this is the problem. At the same time, judges still require regular sensitization and awareness that yes, this is the act, and you should keep the social health as well as individual health of the society also. Sir.
Okay.
Thank you for your response, sir. I believe we have Shubhra ma'am to comment upon and do.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
I just, have a certain question from Dr. Thilagraj. Not literally a question, a piece of information I want from him. First of all, I will thank all the speakers and Dr. Thilagraj for accepting the invitation and coming here. You mentioned about 5,000 probation officers engaged in helping people to recover and rehabilitate. Can you tell me where is it? Which organization is doing it as part of the community-based treatment program?
In Japan,
have this information from you.
Yeah. This is in Japan, voluntary probationers.
Not in this country?
Not here, definitely not. Oh. That is why I suggested when somebody asked how the institutions can help. So that institutions, I tell you one thing, one very important. We have many number of NGOs. How many NGOs really working for the cause of the rehabilitation of offenders? either released from the prison or on the probation. How many NGOs tell me? Nobody's interested. You see the Juvenile Justice Act, they say the 50 institutions. 50, because you are also one of the experts. How many NGOs ready to help? You know, the act is meant for both neglected and delinquent children. Many NGOs ready to help for the neglected children. Hardly I don't find any NGO exclusive to help the offenders, young offenders, juvenile delinquents. This is the situation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sorry, sir, and sorry, ma'am, I would like to add on to this. I know an organization that works in Delhi for the same purpose, which is rehabilitating the offenders who come out of the prison. And the organization is Divya Jyoti Jagriti Sansthan. It is in Delhi, and which is working for the rehabilitation of offenders after they come out of the prison. So I would like to just add on to this.
Yeah, thank you so much. And hardly very few like that. And this will give you a momentum, you know, for other people also. Think over other people also to start something like that and come forward to help the released prisoners.
Right.
Okay. And probationers also.
So, Aarti, I think we are done with the questions, right?
Yes, I believe so. So
Thank you
should
so
we move
much.
forward?
Thank you so much, Aarti, for conducting this question and answer session so well. Thank you very much. And thank you all the speakers, Professor Aarti Lagraj, sir, Honorable Judge Vinay Shankar, sir, Mr. Anil Singh, sir, and thank you, Sura Madam, for joining us and asking this important question. So now it's time for a break, and the break will be of 15 minutes, and we would be joining back at 1:10 p.m. And the upcoming session, again, we would be having 3 talks, and there is one more, a very special event that is going to be happen in this session, in this symposium, that is the book launch, a book launch that is authored by Dr. Subra Sanyal Madam. So I request all the participants to kindly get back and join us at sharp 1:10 p.m. Thank you so much. And enjoy the break. It's a request to Pratikshit that if you could please share the feedback form, as participants asking for the feedback form. So please share it with them meanwhile the break is going on. Please.
Oh my God, where is it? What is the next program? Parikshit?
Ma'am, it's a session by Meghna, ma'am.
Are we meeting again in the afternoon?
Yes, ma'am, we'll be meeting back by 1:10.
Yes, ma'am, there will be a short break as the other speakers have been scheduled for the second half of the symposium. So they'll be
There's a
arriving.
break at the moment.
Yeah.
So we are meeting at what time?
The scheduled time is around 1, I guess.
1?
It's 1:10.
It's 1.
1:10?
Yes, ma'am.
1:10 is the thing. So
Yes, ma'am.
1:10, there'll be a speaker before me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Yes, ma'am. There's one speaker, Meghana, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So 1:10 we are meeting again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then I would like to leave and then come back at 1:10.
Okay, sure, ma'am.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Aarti, we will wait for 2 more minutes and then we will start, right?
No issues, yes.
Shall we start?
Okay, sure.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second National Symposium topic Probation, a tool to reform rehabilitation, organized by Criminological Research and Development Organization India in collaboration with Sri Lankan Institute of Forensic Science India. So keeping the schedule in mind, we'll straightly move towards the first speaker of the session. And to begin with this session, I would like to invite Dr. Meghna of Fozedi Consulting, an organization providing investigative, criminal, and legal psychology services. Dr. Meghna is an independent criminal and legal psychology consultant. She has a dual PhD in legal psychology from University of Gothenburg, Sweden, and the University of Portsmouth, UK, which was fully funded by the European Commission through the Erasmus Mundus Fellowship under the aegis of House of Legal Psychology. She specializes in suspect interrogation, investigative interviewing, and counterterrorism interviewing. Madam has also worked with several organizations like Mind You Health as a strategy advisor and as a consultant psychologist at Central Test and Exonus System Technologies. Madam has also served as a prison psychologist at Sabarmati Central Prison, Ahmedabad. So I request Madam to kindly enhance our knowledge on mental health of prisoners and role of community for rehabilitating the offenders on probation. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Yashwant, for such a lovely introduction. And thanks everyone for joining on this nice Sunday afternoon. So we have a lot to speak in terms of mental health of prisoners in general, but I think in India, we have a lot more to add in terms of how we can do better, what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong, right? So what I'll do is I'll speak about like some of my personal experiences and what mental health looks like within the prison system, what it should ideally look like, and maybe a way forward in terms of how as a community we can contribute to making probation a smooth transition into society for prisoners. Right. So to start with, I would like to, do like a thought exercise. Right. So I want us to go back in time and think of when we were children. Right. And when we were children, let's say our mom told us not to eat that extra chocolate or that extra cookie. Right. So let's say they hid it somewhere far away, and we somehow managed to just go and eat that extra cookie or do something that we were told not to do, right? And we eventually got punished for it, right? How many times did punishment really work for us? We probably did that anyway. We found a better way to hide the crime scene, right? Hide the fact that we did something that we were told not to do. How many times did punishment ever work when somebody told us not to do something wrong? Right? We probably found better ways of doing it, right? So as people, we are kind of attuned to revolting to punishment rather than understanding why something is told. For example, instead of punishing us, if our parents probably told us, if you eat a lot of this, if you eat a lot of chocolates or cookies, then you'll end up getting like cavities. You'll just have bad teeth. It's going to be bad on your stomach, right? It's going to have it's like you'll end up getting health issues, right? So maybe we would have understood that better in comparison to just getting punished and not knowing why something is wrong, because chocolate tastes good. Why should we eat it, right? What should be so bad about it? So as children, if we have the tendency to break rules when we are punished, right? Imagine what would happen, if we kind of, let's crank it up a notch now, right? Let's say somebody in a fit of rage committed a murder, right? Or they were fighting, something happened, they committed a murder, right? And then we're going to take them, put them in a prison, right? And they don't have great facilities. They're punished. They are in physical, mental torture. There's abuse, violence within the prison. The food, basic facilities is not great, right? Their health is not taken care of. And they basically feel caged up, right? So if we as children would have revolted just when our parents told us to not do a simple thing, imagine being put in a situation where everything is really torturous, right? Emotionally, psychologically, you're in a really unpleasant situation. You're being punished for something, and you're punished in such a way that it brings out the worst out of you, right? So we can parallel this in terms of putting an animal in a cage, right? So the longer you keep an animal in the cage without giving it basic needs, the more aggressive the animal becomes, right? And we are nothing beyond animals at a very basic level. And if our basic needs are taken away from us, we tend to become aggressive, right? So keeping that in mind, should we look at prison as a prison, and why should we call it prison, right? Shouldn't we think of it as rehabilitation, right? What is the point of a prison? Is it just to cage somebody up and beat them up and punish them and take away their basic rights and take away their basic needs and put them in a situation where they will just become more animalistic in nature? Or is our idea of imprisoning someone trying to teach them what they did wrong so that they will probably not do it again, so that we live in a community where it's a bit more crime-free, right? And people understand what they did wrong and they hopefully will not do it again, right? So these are the questions we need to think about when we are thinking about prison systems, right? And why am I talking about all these things? Because consistently, like in most prisons across India, one thing that we'll notice is most prisons are overcrowded by at least 50 to 70%, right? So the resources are low, space is low, right? Emotions are running high, everyone's agitated. There's really not much to do inside prison, a lot of violence. So all these things can increase the chances of prisoners developing mental health issues, right? And psychiatric issues. So it could be something as low range as, aggressive behavior, or maybe like clinical depression, to something on a higher level of psychotic disorders, right? So what is it that, like if we look at like prison statistics, right? So like about 70% of death within prison is because of suicide, right? And suicide doesn't just happen. Suicide is an outcome of mental illness, right? Suicide is not something people just decide to do, right? It comes from somewhere, and we need to understand where it's coming from, right? And prison inmates are twice as likely to die of suicide than general population in India, right? And this was reported by the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative, right? So what is it that we are doing wrong, and what is it that is needed? So the law has already provided a provision where we're supposed to have medical officers, right? And they're supposed to take care of the prison inmate needs. They're supposed to every quarter go and report saying what is the mental health conditions of prisons. Is it being done? Not really. And even if it is being done, are the people who are in place qualified enough to be doing it? Do they know how to go about things? Is there a standardized way of going about things? Not in my knowledge, right? So these are all concerns that we are looking at. So imagine there is a prison and it's overcrowded and there is all of these pre-existing issues, right? And now you just end up adding to already pre-existing mental health issues, and there's nobody to really help you take care of it. Right? So that's where we are in terms of mental health conditions of prisoners and how they're dealing with it, right? So how does addressing mental health concerns of inmates help with their probation, right? Or their reintegration into society? And why is it important? Why are the two why do they go hand in hand, right? So currently the way things are, being in prison can lead to like long-term traumatic experiences. And the way the prison systems are today is like below par, right, within the country. And dealing with torture, violence inside prison, lack of social interaction, lack of basic survival facilities like good food, water, toilets, or something to do like work within prisons, right? All of these can lead to one of the two things, right? Either the inmates who come out are not really equipped with skills to do any work later once they get out because they didn't really have any training within prisons, right? Or they end up with a mental health issue that will basically make them dysfunctional within the society to do anything normally, right? So either of these situations are not ideal. So addressing if like, for example, like if an inmate comes into prison, right? So addressing if they have any underlying mental health issue even before they get in and start their sentence is something that we should ideally do, right? And this happens a lot in the West. So the practice is when the inmate comes, they do like a full check. They check in their physical health issues, mental health issues, right? And they also check in terms of what kind of treatment is required, right? So all these things are supposed to ideally be put in place, but we are overpopulated and understaffed, right? So about 41, there's like at least about a 41% of staff that is not filled in the positions. There's also a requirement of psychiatrists, psychologists to be put in place in every prison to deal with, inmates' mental health concerns. But again, the understaffing problem, right? There's not enough people, there's too many inmates. So right now, I think if I don't have the exact numbers, but approximately there's like one psychologist or psychiatrist to every 16,000 prisoners. And that's like a deep gap that we need to fill, right? So what does it mean? Does it mean there's not enough psychology graduates in the country? No, that's not really. Like there are hundreds and thousands of students that graduate every year with a psychology degree in the country, right? But are all of them trained and equipped well with all the skill sets needed to handle the requirements of a prison system? Not really. I think that is the bigger concern, right? So there's just so many issues that we need to deal with all at once in terms of maintaining mental health of prisoners. And with the interest of time, I'm going to not get into the details of all of it, but happy to do it offline if anyone's interested. But what is a good start to deal with this, right? I think a great start in a country like India would be changing our mindset of taking prison system from a punishment to her rehabilitation center, right? So should we should like, it's a massive shift, right? Thinking about, because if you look at how people think about prisoners, they think about them as, oh, they're bad people, they're very scary, they hurt you, you should stay away from them, right? And let's say you get out of prison and you've been on good behavior, right? You've done your probation, you've done whatever you need. You go apply for a job, right? And your job application has the history of you being imprisoned, right? How many people get jobs, right? What are the odds of a person with a criminal background getting a job versus someone without a criminal background, right? So if you keep that in mind, a person would come out of prison, right? They won't get jobs, they won't have a way of living. And what are their chances? They'd most likely, end up not completing their probation. They'll most likely, end up reoffending, right? And end up in prison again, because what else can they do, right? How many opportunities are given to people to survive in a better way, right? So that brings us to the second bit of the talk today, which is how can we as a community, right, help prisoners reintegrate back into society, right? So one thing that is consistently seen in research across the world is human beings generally do better when they have a sense of belonging and a sense of community, right? And most people who do not have this end up engaging in activities that are not ideal, right? So how do we as a community get them back to do better, right, than they did before? So if we think about it, probation is actually like a reflection of two things, right? How probation is a reflection of basically how they were treated inside prison. And probation is also a reflection of how they're treated outside the prison once they're out, right? So if probations fail, right, and they end up back in prison, it says two things. Like, obviously, it says two things, right? That the imprisonment did not provide the conditions for the individual to grow and learn, right? And the community outside the prison did not give them the opportunity to reintegrate, right? So these are the two things that we can blatantly state, right? So how can we as a community make reintegration of imprisoned people easier, right? So simple things. So we can provide more opportunities for like community service. So bring them together and community service is very prevalent in the West, right? And we have a provision for it in India, but there's still no clarity as to what community service should look like here. So that is a bit of a problem, because a lot of petty crimes in the West are waived off with some fine and community service, right? So imagine if we actually brought community service on a large scale in India, right? That would actually remove a lot of weight put on prisons in terms of like how many people are put into prisons for every single crime. So what if we just had a solid plan of community service where people who committed petty crimes could do community service and reintegrate back into society, right? So basically providing opportunities for jobs, maybe small jobs, giving them skill sets so that they will be trained to do certain jobs, right? So that is one way we can help. The second thing, and I mentioned this earlier, is giving them a sense of belonging to the community, right? And this is by providing some form of a social circle that could be their support system, right? Or maybe help them re-engage with their families, right? A lot of families cut off if somebody in the family commits a crime, goes to prison. So what's a good way for them to get back in touch with people they used to engage with, or give them a sense of belonging somewhere, give them a family of their own, or give them a set of people who would help them be better, right? The third thing that we can do is provide more opportunities for getting education or skill development, right? So once they are if possible, we can integrate this as part of prison systems. And you mentioned, Yashwant, that I worked at Sabarmati prison, and they had this there. They had skill development within prison, which was beautifully set up. They had medical shops, they had carpentry, they had bookbinding, they had bakeries. So they used to engage. So every prisoner had something to do every day. They would engage in different types of work every day, learn something to do. They also had distance education, that was provided. So a lot of prisoners ended up getting degrees while they were in prison, right? So these are things that you can do to help them get out and do something with their lives, so that they'll have better opportunities at life and less opportunities to reoffend, right? So that is something we can do. Additionally, we can also help them find opportunities for physical and mental illness, right? Rehabilitation. So maybe provide rehabilitation facilities once they're out of prison, do like an evaluation, see their mental status, and see how we can help them, right? So that is another way. And the one important thing in this entire aspect that we should focus on is the fact that they're people, right? They're no different from you and me. Any of us could have gone downhill given the circumstances. Any of us could have been victims. Any of us could have been criminals if the circumstances weren't right for us, right? So we are all people, and the only way people get better is when people are given opportunities and people are given an environment to grow, a nourishing environment, right? And it's like, let's imagine a plant, right? So why isn't a plant growing, right? We can't blame the plant for not growing. We need to check if the soil is okay, if it's getting enough sun, if it's getting enough nutrients, if it's getting enough water, right? So if we give all that and then the plant doesn't grow, it's most likely that the plant is sick. So then we do something to treat the plant, right? But if you're not giving the plant all the basic requirements that it needs, and then blaming the plant that it's not growing, then whose fault is that, right? So I think these are all the things that we need to keep in mind in terms of what probation should look like. And probation is not just a transition between being in prison and coming back to the society, right? Probation, like I mentioned earlier, is a reflection of what we are doing right and what we are not doing right. So keeping all that in mind, we need to focus on how to improve the current conditions in prisons, how to provide more opportunities for inmates to get their mental health conditions sorted, putting more professionals within prison systems to be able to help prisoners better, right? Because one thing, so mental health of prisoners is one thing, right? But mental health itself within the country is still a taboo, right? People don't really talk about it as much. People don't really understand it in as much depth. So talking about mental health itself is taking up a new arena now, especially because of COVID and social isolation. So something as simple as social isolation has caused so many people to deal with various mental health issues. So you can imagine the amount and the intensity of impact that being in a prison could have on someone's mental health, right? So can we do better? Absolutely. How can we do better? We need to have better systems in place. We need to have a more organized structure in terms of how we are doing things. So how are we taking inmates and what are the tests that we are doing? How are we helping them rehabilitate? We are people, right? So there's no one size fits all kind of solution, right? We need to find a way that at least in terms of mental health, we need to see how we can tailor each person's needs, because each of these individuals will go back into the society and function as an individual, right? So yeah, I think with that, I will leave the floor open to questions, because I'm sure we have some.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, the question and answer session would be at the last of the session. So, so we have kept in that way only, that once all the speakers speak, give the lectures and give their talks, at the last we will have the question and answer session, ma'am. It goes
Okay.
that.
Okay. Okay.
I hope you are done with this talk, ma'am.
Yes, I am. So this was more of a thought exercise rather than a talk, because we have a lot more questions that we need to ask, because we don't have a lot of answers to all these questions. So something for all of us to think about as a community, as a society, in terms of how we are thinking, how we are doing things, and what we can do better. Yeah.
Right, ma'am. Absolutely. So it's really a matter of concern that why we as a community have no empathy towards a part of us who has done some kind of illegal activity, or has done some kind of offense due to some circumstances or due to some any kind of other problem, but they are anyway the part of us, the part of our community. So
Exactly.
why we are not creating empathy towards them, and why we are not accepting them back to the community once they serve their punishment. So we talk about the rehabilitation and correction, but still the system pays or gives them the punishment, right? They are getting punished. So once they are getting punished, once they serve the punishment, why we are not able to accept them in our society back? So why we are not letting them reintegrate into the society? So this is a very important point that you have spoken in your talk, and you have also mentioned about the reasons behind the poor mental health of the prisoners, like overcrowding of the prison and lack of staff members, lack of psychologists who, like you've given a rough data of one psychologist over 16,000 prisoners. So these are really the matter of concerns, and we as the professionals, as the criminologists and psychologists, need to work on these areas and try to fill the gaps which are being identified in this kind of platforms. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful session, ma'am, and hope to see you in the question answer session, and we will move towards the next speaker.
Sure, thank you.
So since we have already learned about the laws of probation, its judicial trends, and we have also understood about the criminological aspects of probation and how probation could be helpful in helping the offenders in getting rehabilitated or reintegrated into society. So now it's time to learn about the mechanism of probation again that our other speakers have mentioned, like how probation is useful in reforming and reintegrating an offender into the mainstream society. And to enlighten us on this topic, I would like to request our respected member of advisory board, Dr. Subra Sanyal, madam. Dr. Subra Sanyal is a former senior reader of NICFS. Her academic career spans over 5 decades from 1973 till date. She started as a lecturer in Isabella Thoburn College, Lucknow, teaching BSc previous and final year students euthenic psychology. In 1974, she was selected through the Public Service Commission as a lecturer in psychology in Jail Officers Training School, that is JTS, Lucknow, and to impart training and to conduct courses for senior functionaries in the correctional department of various jails across the country. During her stay at JTS, she developed both interest and expertise in teaching and doing research on juvenile in conflict with law, criminal behavior, and crimes committed by adults. In 1980, she received doctorate for her study on women criminals in India, and she was the first woman of India to study female criminals from psychological perspective. Madam has authored 11 books, and today is the book launch of her 12th book. Madam has also received several awards and recognitions in the field of criminology, like she has received All India Criminology Fellowship Award from then Chief Minister of UP, Sri Mulayam Singh Yadav in 2003, in recognition of her work in field of criminology. Ma'am has also received award for excellence in teaching and research in criminology from Honorable Chief Justice of High Court, Tamil Nadu in 2006. Ma'am has also received Sushil Chandra Award by All India Criminology Association in the year 2011. So now I request Madam Dr. Subra Sanyal, madam, to kindly enlighten us about how probation could be helpful in reintegrating the offenders with the mainstream society. Please, madam.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. We can hear you.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. And before I go ahead, I thank the CRDO officials, team members, and SIFS team members for organizing such a relevant session, because probation is a very vital link whenever we talk of reformation and rehabilitation. I thank you before I start once again that you started this, and this will, make a dent somewhere. This will carry a meaning. I was, listening to all the speakers, and I was gathering and trying to assimilate them with my ideas, my work. I would like to go into case-based discussions. Why is it that probation went on hitting my mind all the time? When you people mentioned and introduced me, I was then a mere psychologist when I entered Jail Officers Training Institute. Let me share that cases that as I was visiting prisons, whether it is Lucknow prison, Bareilly prisons, all over the country, I used to wonder as a psychologist, how come these people, after commission of crime, they are there, and for long-termers who have put in 14 years, 15 years, how they are handling the situations. So I started interviewing them. I started sitting in their midst. I started eating their food. I was conversing with them. When that was my beginning of my research, I was researching that which has happened. I was not simply doing research. I was researching. And what disturbed my mind was that many of them had already regretted for their guilt. It was a first offense. But because bail was not given or bail was given, they had come back. There was no decision taken as to when to release them. They were, murderers, but they had regretted. They had regretted and they had changed. They wanted to settle in life, but there was no probation given to them because it was always believed that when they go back, there'll be a problem for the society. As a result, they went on learning skills. Another thing I'll come back to, that once I was sitting in Bhopal jail, a prisoner said, I've picked up all the skills. I've learned everything, Bhopal Central Jail, but I'm not being released because they fear that I'll go and create another problem in the community. So there again, when we talk of community-based treatment program, community need to be aware that this person is relented, has regretted, he need to be reintegrated. And for that, again, we need that probation service, the probation officer should come forward and said, here I am. I'll take care of him. I'll supervise him. I'll monitor his behavior. Let him go. So therefore, there is something very much missing in the correction system. When we talk of the correction system, I repeatedly in all my books, I have written a book on adult offenders, and now my recent book is on juvenile offenders. Everywhere I have mentioned that correction system need to correct itself. When we are not implementing certain very significant aspects in the criminal justice system or in the juvenile justice system, then our hands are full with recidivists, people who are relapsing because they are not able to face the challenges in the society. There are so many umpteen cases where a person in a juvenile returns back to crime and to crime and into crime, a cycle of crimes. He adopts crime as a career to the extent that in the end, he becomes a habitual offender in his middle age. This would not have happened if the probation services had been implemented in true spirit. And a person, let me talk about the juvenile first, and then I'll go back to the adult offender once again. That when a juvenile is getting released, family members are coming. I've seen it with my own eyes because 10 to 11 years I've been counseling in Kingsway camp. Family members go to the police and say, इसको वापस रख लो क्योंकि ये मेरे लिए problem है. I had to counsel the parents to say, take back your child has changed. Now, had there been a probation officer there, probation officer would have taken that responsibility, taken the child under his as a probationee and handed over the child to the family. And then the family would have been also secured and the child would have returned back to school or returned back to any study and he would not enter into any peer group pressure, into any unfavorable environment and commit crime. Repeatedly, I'm observing this is going on. Now, come back to adult offenders. I see a variation is there. In the case of adult offenders, I have been, studying. I have traveled all over India and studied. There is a difference. Difference is this, that when an adult offender has a family behind him, as Madam Meghna just now said, that sense of belongingness is there. The family is coming and waiting for the man. The man knows he will go back and he will be secured. He doesn't require probation. But when a man tells me, where will I go? मेरे घर वाली चली गई है, मेरे परिवार मुझे छोड़ दिया है, साहब मैं कहाँ जाऊंगा? Now there is a very big question mark for the prison administration. Where will you restore the person? He is put into aftercare home. Aftercare home में आपने डाल दिया उसे, फिर aftercare home से वो कहाँ जाएगा? Problem remains unsolved. Now there is again the need. You say parole is given, but parole is a temporary phase. He needs somebody to help him to get into a job, needs to ensure that the man is really safe, has changed, and he is willing to settle. No use talking of reformation. I have developed a rehabilitation model also, I'll discuss with you. But why should we talk of rehabilitation model or reformation when the man is coming back to jail? Jail is a safe haven for him. He's not accepted by the society. There's nobody to take him back. His family has gone away. So there are number of cases. Just now, Madam Meghna said that prisons are overcrowded. Why prisons are overcrowded? Because there is no proper analysis or classification of prisoners. All prisoners are put together unless they are convicted. And when they are convicted and they are put as lifers and long-termers, then they are put into central jail. Otherwise, they are into district jail. They are put into various skills programs, vocational trades, and they work. But my contention is this. Through my researches, I find that I am always moving to a dead end, because rehabilitation in the true spirit is not there. There is a gray area. आप NCRB का रिकॉर्ड देखिए, प्रिजन मैनुअल का जेल रिकॉर्ड देखिए, कहीं पर भी ये जिक्र नहीं है that this person is resettled in the society. खत्म हो जाता है यहाँ पे. So many people have been tried, so many people have been convicted, and so many people have been released. But release होके कहाँ जा रहे हैं? If you try to study and follow up, friends, you will find many adult offenders की बात कर रही हूँ, juveniles का तो बाद में आऊंगी. Adult offenders, you will find that they are thrown out on the road, they are begging, or they have lost and gone somewhere, no record is there, family have thrown them off, and the man is there. So you know what they do? What else they can do? They then enter into antisocial gangs, they commit crime. To come back, at least they will get a square meal, they'll get a shelter above their head, they'll get some clothes to wear, and you can call them recidivists, but they know that they have nowhere else to go. Prison unka ghar ban jata hai. Prison becomes their home. So probation system is the imminent and a significant need of the hour at the moment. Again, I come to women prisoners because that is my forte. Women prison के ऊपर मैंने start किया था, और आज भी मैं ministry को कह रही हूँ, I have given you a proposal, let me work on women prison again. In the case of women prison, rehabilitation and restoration is nil. Nil, for the very reason they are a small population. They do not talk for themselves. They just stay in the prison. If they have children, they are handling the children. Till the age of 4 or 5, you can keep the child in the jail, in the prison with the mother, then the child is taken away. So many cases I have observed of women in the jail who simply cry for the family to come attend to them. Family forsake them once they are inside the prison. Let me mention a case. In Karnataka prison, Karnataka, I went I was told that a woman was released yesterday. The superintendent told me. Immediately, I was informed by some co-prisoners. Sahab, pata nahi kahan gayi hai. That's a big question mark for me. Why? Because they said those people who posed to come as family members and take the person away after her release, they may not be family members. They may not be family members. And the woman is gone. There is no follow-up. Where has she gone? Has she been killed? Has she been put into prostitution? Or she had been made a domestic aid? We have no follow-up in any case of adult offenders, whether they are male or female. It's more acute in the case of female. Because probation officers, as per the Probation Offenders Act, it is mentioned that the probation officer should oversee and follow up once a person is released from jail. Nahi hota hai. That gray area will remain unless we change the system. As Dr. Tilakraj said, that community-based treatment program is necessary, and the probation system, either it should stay with the prison or it should be handed over the judiciary, and the judiciary should take up this approach and give this probation aid. Particularly, there are 3 target groups in my mind. Through all my researches till date, I'm saying. One is adult offenders who are not only first and casual offenders, but poor, whose family have rejected them, whose society has rejected them, nothing to fall on. Women who are helpless and hapless inside the jail. For long years, they're standing, they have nowhere to go. For children who are forsaken by their family, by the society, by their friends. These are 3 acute target groups where probation is imminently and significantly required. Okay, I again come. Now you see this book that I have written, the latest part. Let me tell you one thing, that in the case of juveniles, I've noticed that the boy goes out, he is taken to the court, from there he is released, he's sent back home, within 3 days he's back. Now when I asked the police, why did you arrest this boy? He has just gone. साहब उसको देखा भीड़ में खड़ा था, वो गुंडों के पास खड़ा था, तो उसको लेके आ गए. Now they are increasing the record of arrests, but they are not understanding the mindset of the juvenile, that he is entering into crime phenomena again and again. You're not helping him to change. You're trying to see his mindset. And the boy tells that I've done nothing this time. I was simply standing and I was caught. So had there been a probation officer, it would have been his responsibility that this boy should not be touched by the police. Before as per the juvenile, in the probation mentioned in the Juvenile Justice Act, the boy, when he is released, he should be informed to the probation officer that he is being released, and the probation officer will take care of the boy before he is taken to the court. And from then onwards, he becomes the probation officer becomes the guardian of the boy. Nothing like this. Another thing that is very acutely missing, which is not there in other countries, and I think other speakers and Dr. Tilakraj will bear with me, that there is no connection between the probation officers in different states. A boy has migrated to Delhi, committed a crime. When he is being taken, he has taken by the welfare officer, not the probation officer, and some police people to Bihar, and he left there. They didn't see whether he's gone to his home or he's gone to his relative home or he's gone to his friend's home. उसको वहां छोड़ दिया. 5 दिन बाद वो फिर वापस आ गया. क्यों आ गए? I have no home. There's no one to take me. Had there been an understanding, or had there been some, connection between probation officer of Bihar and probation officer of Delhi, then, this boy would not have been running away like this. He needs a guardian. When the family is failing as a guardian, let the probation officer become the guardian. So if he is coming away from Bihar, the Bihar probation officer must see that he doesn't come back to crime. That is how recidivism is occurring. Here I have, with all my efforts and my researches, adult offenders and juveniles, I found that if I can do something in their rehabilitation, because people are always questioning in the correctional system, if this man is still not changed, he has not reformed, rehabilitation is a problem. So I developed, with all my skills and psychology and my experiences while in the home ministry, the rehabilitation model based on a heavy data of adult offenders. And that rehabilitation model has a combination of attitude of the person towards his reorientation and rehabilitation and reformation, his understanding of his own self and the self of others, his subjective well-being, how he takes care of himself, and what he thinks about others, how they think about him, his emotions, emotional intelligence, and the primary part is personality profile. Because if you notice the crime pattern, all do not commit the same crime. The crime pattern depends on the personality of an individual, whether he's an extrovert, introvert, he's active, passive. These are things that are required. And this propensity scale, which I call criminal propensity scale, we've tried it on adult offenders, and in a different nomenclature, didn't mention it as criminal, as a antisocial behavioral scale, we tried it on juveniles. And we found to our interest, to our satisfaction, and at the same time to my dismay also, that many have already, regretted. Regret is the baseline. Even in a normal human being, a child, if he regrets, parents say, okay, aaj tumhe maaf kar diya, kal se mat karna. And the child, if he finds that he doesn't want to hurt the parents, he will change. The same mindset exists in every individual. If I'm regretting for what I have done, I have the desire to change myself. Adult offenders, jinka first offenders, casual offenders kehte hain, when he is regretting, he's changing. Now give him a chance to resettle, to go back. So when you are supplying him probation, that probation has a long thing. You have to be a trained person. You have to be a sensitive person. I'm talking about probation officers. You have to be empathetic towards the problems of the person. You have to have a follow-up of the person once he leaves. You have to treat him as a family member. Lacuna, keval itna kehna kafi nahi hai ki that we are not implementing the system in spirit. We have to also go into the system and see how many trained probation officers we have, how skilled they are, how motivated they are. And they are really taking the job in a dutiful manner. There in the act itself, the probation officer should be in touch with the offender for a first period of time. There should be verbal and physical correspondence. Then they should follow up with letters. Visit to homes are there. I asked a question to the few probation officers in certain states, even if they exist. How many times you have visited the home of the offender? How many times you have written a letter and asked how he is? He must be sick. Abhi to COVID hua. Many of them have gone away. Nobody knows where they are. Now, if this probation system is in its place, then we can have a record of how many are released, resettled, and either they are in a painful condition. Probation officers demand, I'm telling you very crucially, because I've got that experience. I've trained probation officers. They want to be class 1 officers. They want to have a status in the society. They want to have certain power. They want to be placed, some say we want to be placed on the judicial system, some say we want to be placed on the correctional system. There was a dispute also on this. But they do not undertake their work in a diligent manner. If you really take a probationary as your own family member, as a child, then these things will not happen. In the case of juveniles, how come the parents should have the audacity to tell the police, inko wapas le lo, ye hamare liye problem hai? Had there been probation officer who works as a liaison between the boy and the family, will take care that the family dare not say ki usko wapas le lo. You are depriving the right of the child. CWC कहता है the right of the child to life, education, liberty, everything. Where is the right? Where is the right? The other time, Yashwant, you know, we were doing on street children. How many street children I see in front of my house moving with very big bags on their rag bags? They don't even know what life is. They know life is something but two morsels of bread. A cigarette butt from somewhere picked up, drug taken from somewhere, and they are spending their life. They have no life to education, they have no life to prosperity, no life to success. Now, if they go into crime, is that their fault? They have been sponsored, they have been propelled into crime. Now, here is the role of the probation officer. It says very clearly in my book, which I'm sharing all the time, that the moment the police arrests, the probation officer should be agile to take the boy and go into his social background. Try to analyze why he came into crime. And secondly, they say that the chief probation officer should be given that liberty to make decision making where the boy should be placed. Where should he be sent to an aftercare home, or should he be sent back to Bihar or UP or Delhi, anywhere, and where he is safe and secured so that he can be trained and brought in. That follow-up is needed. Another thing very much required is that when the court hearing goes on, the presence of probation officer is needed there. Because probation officer is in position of knowing everything about the offender. See, in the case of adult offenders, there is a prosecutor, there is a defense lawyer, psychologists, psychiatrists, we all speak of, they may not be there. The forensics expert is there to give evidence, but the probation officer is not there. In the case of juvenile, we do not have so many, prosecutors and all that. But the probation, it is said that in the case of a juvenile, when a hearing is going on, nobody else should be allowed except for family members, the police, and the probation officer. But the probation officer is not there. अब आपको एक बात और बता रही हूँ कि मैं जो जेलों का विजिट करती रही, जस्ट अ मिनट, जेलों का विजिट करती रही, तो मैंने देखा कि जेल्स में instead of probation we have welfare officers, and many a jails, many a prisons की बात कर रही हूँ, correctional homes की नहीं, the probation system work is done by NGOs. Non-governmental organizations are doing the role of probation. That means they are linking between the offender and the family members and the society. But the case ends. The moment the person leaves the jail, prison, the role of the NGO finishes. Whereas as per the Probation Offenders Act, the role of the probation officer starts from there onwards. See the difference? But the prisons don't have. They do not appoint probation officers. Rather, they prefer to appoint NGOs to take care of the prisoners. Now come to juveniles. Juveniles में क्या होता है? NGOs थोड़े बहुत सब जेल करेक्शन होम्स में नहीं है, frankly speaking. बहुत ही rudimentary ट्रेनिंग दिया जाता है, या खाओ और लेटे रहोगे ही किया जाता है, टीवी खोल दी जाती है उनके लिए. तो वहां पे क्या है कि welfare officers again in the form. There may be a chief welfare officer, there may be another welfare. There again, the welfare officers are taking care that they are dressed properly, they are speaking properly, they are entering into sports, but there is no probation officer. Welfare officer come probation officer come welfare officer. Shortage of staff, untrained people, the need of the hour is not felt, and then the moment family comes, वो release हो गया, release के कोटा में डाल दिया, and then when he comes back, उसको relapse दिखा दिया गया. जबकि इन द एक्ट में, आप अगर जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट में पढ़ेंगे, एक पूरा पैराग्राफ जो मैंने किताब में मेंशन करा है प्रोबेशन का दिया हुआ है कि द प्रोबेशन ऑफिसर should take the child the moment he is released, take him to the court and take him under his supervision. Chief probation officer should also be there to take the decision making. So friends, there are a lot of gaps. What I feel very sad, today, at the end of my career, because I'm still doing research. I believe that simply do not do research. I tell my students, I tell everybody, do not sit and do research for the research sake. Do research to help make a change in the criminal justice system, in the correction system, in the probation system. Because we have our hands full. We are creating offenders. An offender is not a born offender. No matter how much we say there is a criminal zones and crimozones and all, that's all futile. It is because of his rearing, because of the environment where he stays, because of the role model, and as so many people have said, because of his mindset, the training, the rearing, these all foster. But once he has committed a crime, give him a chance to regret, help him to settle down, help him to rehabilitate. This rehabilitation model that I have developed, has gone far and wide outside India, and people are doing it. When Dr. Tilakraj was talking of Japan, Australia, they are models where rehabilitation is concerned. England, I have visited and I've seen their Boston homes where juveniles are kept and trained, and they develop, and they're continually under the supervision of probation officers. They become teachers, they become lovers, they become guardians, they become friends and mentors. Children do not feel insecure. So this is what, we must come now to a point that community-based treatment program is needed. And community-based treatment program, along with Association of Probation Officers, should be the need of the hour. Yes, I agree with our judicial officer who spoke that probation is not given to a person whose presence in the society is not safe. The society said he's not safe. He's not safe for us. I agree with it. You develop him. Or, if his family is willing, that he can be transferred to another area, another vicinity. क्यों उसका 16 साल 20 साल वहीं पड़े रख रहे हैं? क्योंकि society नहीं मांगता है. Now, who is the society, friends? Society are the neighbors. Society may be the patidar. Society may be the rival party. ठीक है? अब आप एक चीज देखिए. I just want to narrate a case. You know this case of Dubey, who was shot in the encounter? Yeah? I now would like to say, I've gone into his profile, and this is the analysis of behavioral profile of a criminal. His father was a patidar, pradhan of a village, right? Vikas Dubey, I'm talking of Vikas Dubey. Every time he was coming into jail, he was given a bail and he was coming out. He was fighting election for certain parties. Again, he used to get caught. He used to come inside jail, but he had, in the meantime, amassed a lot of wealth, extorted money from every place, but he was coming and going inside the jail. For him, the jail was a second home. Why were you giving bail to him when he is committing crime and coming back? But he was. Finally, he died in the encounter. Had there been, right in the beginning, see, his background was that he was a delinquent boy. He had gone into correctional home, but there was no change in him. He was not placed under probation. Hostility was still existing in him. There was no sign of reformation in him, but he was going out. And he was used by people for commission of crime. He became an habitual. And we have so many habituals. If you study, you will find that they are coming from the root cause of lack of supervision, lack of regret, lack of proper understanding, lack of security given to him. As a result, he falls back. So, therefore, my rehabilitation model remains a model, because until and unless the proper restoration is not done, we talk of 3-4 words of R: reformation, rehabilitation, restoration. And I think, friends, if probation comes to a true spirit, comes with full force, then we can talk of the word reintegration. Otherwise, reintegration remains a question mark. And data given by any, whether it's BPRND, NCRB, police manual, prison manual, the gray area will always remain where the reintegration is concerned. So with these words, I think I have not overstepped time. I share with you my book. Yashwant, are you giving me the permission to share my book?
Ma'am, after the question and answer session, we will keep a session for the book launch, ma'am.
After the
question and answer session, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if they have questions, fine.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, ma'am, for this intriguing talk again, ma'am. Every time I hear you personally, I feel so intrigued about knowing the things that we discuss and that we talk about some topics, and to learn more about those topics, and especially work towards this area that we always keep discussing, and we always find the topics that are the great topics or that are less discussed topics now. So thank you so much for being a part of CRDO India as well, ma'am. And we are very fortunate to have you on the board, ma'am. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
Unfortunately, I would like to inform you all that our next speaker, Sri Jayashankar Das sir, would not be able to join us due to some medical reasons. So directly we would be moving towards the question and answer session. And I request Shubhra madam and Meghna madam to please switch on your camera so that the participants could ask questions from you. And I request all the participants to kindly put your questions in the comment section and the chat section. And I request Aarti to take over from here onwards. Please, Aarti.
Yeah, thank you, Yashwant. We have some statements, and I think there's a question. So, okay. So Dhruv Sham Vimal is saying that, as mentioned by Judge Binay Shankar sir, that intent and act of crime needs to be studied and analyzed holistically instead of labeling a person as. Okay, so we have a question by Rameshwar. Can be said that rehabilitation is effective re-socialization? I'll ask the question again. Yes, Ma'am Rameshwar is asking, can be said that rehabilitation is effective re-socialization?
When we talk of the rehabilitation, definitely, the person is after being seen that he is really regretted, he is being transformed, he is wanting to change. Rehabilitation is a total word, is a holistic word. It means that the person is again taken back. Not necessarily has to be taken back to the home. Then that word comes as reintegration. Rehabilitation means that whatever he has learned, the skill he has learned in the prison or in the correctional home, and he is able to depend on it, start his livelihood, a new life for himself, then we can say he is rehabilitated. I will discriminate between rehabilitation and reintegration, because reintegration means he goes back to the home from where he has come. Rehabilitation would be something different, that whatever job he has picked up, whatever skill he has picked up, he is able to go back into the society and start a livelihood for himself. The word rehabilitation comes. Am I clear? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your response.
And here I would like to add one thing more.
Yes.
We have open prisons, semi-open prisons. They are there in India. Champananand Shivers, they are being called. There, that is rehabilitation. If you ever get a chance to visit, you will see the long-term prisoners. They are on the basis of their good conduct. They are put in these open prisons. They learn their skills. They work there. They earn their livelihood. They have no home to go back. Even the family come and stay with them. That is rehabilitation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So there's one more question by Ashish Maskeen. He's asking a very general question, that why rapists don't get their punishment at time? Is it due to voids in our system, or our constitution gave them freedom? Because in many countries, there is a strict rule against that.
Is it a question for me?
Yes, ma'am, you can, yes.
Okay, now what I'll say is this, that in the case of rapists, immediate punishment, the judiciary is better to handle this question. It is based on evidences. It's based on forensic, investigation. It's based on, there's now in-camera trials also going on, based on victims' statement. So immediately if a girl says, that I have been raped by so-and-so, and it may be she is trying to take out on him. It may be her consent was there. These things, are primary, and the person is just being convicted on the basis of the statement given by the victim. Is not that sufficient, not foolproof. There are forensic tests being done, investigations are done, samples are taken, and then, the judgment is given. For that, the judiciary is the best to give you the answer. But what I'll say as a forensic psychologist, that there have been instances, where the girl's consent has been there, and then she turned it into the rape case. It is very necessary. I will not mention the place, but I'll say it happened in Delhi itself, in one of the colleges, where the boy had to be kept away and he was suspended. His education went into disaster. Later, it was found that the girl had herself coined it to bring out a revenge on that boy. In the meantime, the boy lost 2 years of his semester. I won't name the school or college. It's very reputed. It came out in the paper. But then you know what happens. The compensation that is given, what type of compensation are you giving? He himself has become a victim. And the victim is the offender. So, in case of rape, it is not that the constitution gives time or anything. It depends totally under the jurisdiction of the judiciary, under the forensic investigation, sample evidence. No immediate thing can be taken. This is what I can say as a person, non-judiciary person. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for your response. We have, yes, Yashwant.
I think just a thing to mention, if the participant doesn't mention the name of the speakers to whom they're asking the question, we can put this question open for both the speakers to put on their views on this, on the same question.
Yes. Meghna ma'am, would you like to add on this question?
Sorry, could you just give me the question again?
Yes, ma'am. The question was, why does rapists don't get their punishment at the time? Because it is due, is it due to the voids that is there in our system or in our constitution that gave them freedom? So because in many countries, there is a very strict rule against that.
Yeah. So I think I agree with everything that Shubhra ma'am just said, but to add to what she has already said, one thing we need to keep in mind is it's very hard to gather evidence in cases of rape if evidence is not gathered immediately after the crime is committed. But how much of a possibility is it for us to gather evidence immediately after a rape has been committed, right? So that is one concern. The second thing is the construct of rape itself comes, it comes out as different outcomes in different geographies, right? So we need to understand the mental construct of why rape exists, where is it coming from? What is the mindset of offenders who commit rape, right? So in terms of answering whether the community is supporting this, rape as a construct has existed as long as humanity has existed, right? Even before laws were made against it. Initially it came as a source of showing of power, like a power struggle, right? Dominance, right? Territorialism, right? I own this person. This person is mine. This space is mine, right? Patriarchal belief systems, right? So all of these things came from back in the day. Rape existed even before it was considered a crime, right? Now it has moved on to, so we have, if you've noticed, the way rape has been committed has also consistently changed. The way it is looking from before it was straightforward, a man raping a woman a certain way, but now the violence that comes along with it has increased. The ways it is committed is so much more different. So we need to understand where that is coming from, right? Like the underlying cause of it. So in the last decade or so, the feminism movement has picked up drastically all across the world. The Me Too has come out, everyone's speaking against it. Why is there so many rape cases that's out today? Everyone's reading about it. It's because it's being reported. Whether any less rape cases before? No, they were just reported. Right? So since they're reported now, we are a lot more aware of what is happening, right? But the way things are looking, so because of the up and coming of the feminism movement, I think the power struggle has increased between genders, right? The way things used to be before, a whole aspect of the male species is feeling a bit emasculated in terms of power, having that sense of I am the dominant species. That does not exist anymore across the world, right? So the way rape looks also is different today, right? So the power struggle is a lot more real. And also the way victimization as a construct is understood is also important, right? So there's a lot of victim blaming also in rape, right? Somebody asked, oh, she asked for it. She's wearing those clothes, so she asked for it. She's wearing makeup, of course she asked for it, right? She's very outspoken. She went and she sits amongst men and speaks. She asked for it, right? So the way victims are blamed, so for us to identify whether a community is supporting rape, as the question was framed, is a gray area. There's no black and white answer to this, right? We need to understand what community it is, what kind of mindsets they are, what is the educational level, what is the male-female ratio, what are the kind of mindsets they come from, what is the culture they're coming from, what is acceptable behavior, what is not acceptable behavior, right? So in the West, they're trying to, I think they've moved, if not a lot forward, a little more forward in terms of gender, not equality really, or trying to be neutral, if I can use that word, gender neutrality, or gender equity even. But that's also because the cultural differences are not as drastic as it is in India, right? The cultural differences, the social differences, community differences. So yeah, I think that's basically what I want to add. I think rape is not a straightforward crime, and it comes with a lot of gray areas. And for us to understand where it's coming from, the root cause, we need to go into so many other additional aspects.
So, I want to add on,
Yes, sir.
because this question is on a repeat. We must understand, apart from the punishment part, I think our judges there, and of course, if the punishment is very severe, and if that is a very severe life imprisonment, and if that is the case, definitely we must go in detail of the case, then only the court will decide, because that is the situation. But other side, I would like to tell you that what are the causes for rape. Sex offenses in the recent past has increased to a great extent. I tell you, media and crime, some 20 years back, the relationship between media and crime, it was nothing. After 10 years, yes, 50%. Today, media produced crime. That is that. If there is sex violences increasing, one of the reason is media. You switch on a TV, you will find only two. One is violence, otherwise sex. So that a young boy, if you see the TV continuously, he is easily, is disturbed. His psychology is disturbed. Continuously, when there is a reinforcement, naturally there is a chance for committing, sex. provided other because we have a psychologist and all is there. And today the media plays a very, very important role. That's how it is my view, whether you take it or not. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for adding your views into the question. We have with us Dr. Rakhi Khanna ma'am. She is additional director at State Forensic Science Laboratory in Rajasthan. I hope, ma'am, you want to add something.
Yeah, I don't want to add, but exactly whatever both of the speakers gives us, that is very, very beneficial to us. And one question I would like to ask Dr. Shubhra, madam. My question is, recently I went to a crime case related to sexual assault done on a girl of 6-year-old. And there we have come across with the criminal. And he regretted for what he did with this little girl. And on the part when I see at the police station, and we queried all about the sequences and all with that criminal, we have found that he was greatly regretted of his act. But all the police persons and all the media as well as all the society, they doesn't want him to get rid of the punishment. And whatever evidences we provide in the court of law, definitely he will be convicted of the punishment of very lifelong imprisonment or maybe death penalty may be there if we go with all the evidences. So in such case, I deeply think and talk about the family members. They are also very innocent. They need punishment for the person. And the person is about of the age of 19 years only. He has just crossed the age of 18 years with a minimum period of some, I think, days. So he will not be comes under the category of juvenile, and he will be treated as an adult person in the court of law. So I would like to ask Dr. Shubhra madam that yes, of course, we will deal in this case like that. He will definitely get punishment. But as far we are talking about the rehabilitation and the reintegration, how can we get proper justice in this case for the society? So this is my concern. If Shubhra madam can give me some insight. So I will keep in touch with the case with the day-to-day marking so that we can help in complete manner.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now I'll go
First of
point by
all, a great honor from my side, madam. I'm deeply touched with your insight you had given and your lifetime you have given for the concern for the persons. And that is a very important topic of my concern to these days, that we are dealing with the every cases, criminal cases, and we have the main intention that we have to give punishments to the culprit. But when I listen to your words, I definitely know that instead of giving the punishment, it is very, very important in many criminal cases, but rehabilitation is the most important need of the hour. So please let me help me out in this particular case.
Now, I'll go step by step. In the case, these type of cases also had come to me. I have interrogated and interviewed them. Now, in this case, since the person is the age of 19, he has crossed that juvenile thing, he will be now treated as an adult criminal or young offender, adult criminal. Since he has regretted and the family is willing to accept him back and are taking the responsibility of seeing that he doesn't go into offense once again, punishment is there because the victim's family will not spare him. You have to see where the victim's family and the victim, if the victim is not minor, mind you, if the victim is minor, her consent is not acceptable. But if the family of the victim, if they are willing to cooperate and help the boy to rehabilitate along with the boy's family, then I think things become easier for you all. But then you have to keep him under your supervision and see that he doesn't take this as a condition of going into another crime. That has to be taken with care. But why I'm saying I'll narrate a case to support what I'm saying. A small boy, not very small, he was in the age of 14 or 15. He was in Kingsway camp. And he came to me regarding this rape case of a minor girl. So when I asked him, he didn't know what has happened. It was not actual rape, it was a sexual abuse. He said, "Ho gaya, hame nahi pata." But I went deep into the case, and then I was told that he was following this small girl at a marketplace where she used to go to buy some chocolate. Both were not from very upper middle class or middle class, from lower classes in our Jubilee colony. Now, then next step, what happened? I didn't know who to question or how to, he said, "Ho gaya, hame nahi pata." He didn't know what has happened. He, again, as Dr. Tilakras said, that today a small mobile also carries all the video plays. TV, leave alone TV. Even a street boy has a mobile in his hand from a shop, and they go on playing and they go on seeing. So it becomes a matter of thrill and adventure, not a sexual satisfaction. It is an adventure and a thrill. Now this boy, fortunately, the sister came along and she said, "I will take care of the girl. I know my brother has done the mistake. I will take care of the girl and I will see to it that she gets actual treatment." Unfortunately, the girl's mother and father, they came and they said, "This little boy, why should you punish him and throw him into prison? Abhi to 14 saal ka umar hai, usko pata bhi nahi hai. And my girl also doesn't know what has happened." They simply said, "Chalo hamare saath," and she tried to play with them. So, fortunately for me, it became easier to decide. The sister said, "Agar aap kahen, then I'll take the care of the girl." And you know what? It was unbelievable. She took the girl, got her check from the doctor, gave her the necessary treatment, the support system, and then she said, "Now you decide whether you'll give my brother back to me or you'll send him to the court." So, then I called the welfare officers, then I had a talk with the judiciary, and I won't say he has rehabilitated or he has understood, because he didn't understand what has happened. But I took care that this boy is put under a strict pressure in the family, and that he may made to understand that you have committed a crime. You have committed an offense. That is how I could rehabilitate him. So, यहाँ पर तो ये होता है. Support system is required. I talk of probation. Sometimes the family can also become very good probation people, provided they want. The neighborhood, the community, even the victim's family, they can also do it. Instead of spoiling a boy's life, they came out and they helped him. So in your case also, as you said, he is 19. If the victim's family is willing to help, if the boy's family is willing to take him back, then you have to oversee that he is gone back to his education and he has repented. The word is repented. You said he has repented. He has repented. I spoke about a 14-year-old boy. You're speaking of a 19-year-old boy who understands everything. But if he's repenting and he's made to understand that second time if he does, he will be punished, then it's good to rehabilitate. And resettle to baad mein aayega. If he has really changed himself, then only I'll use the word resettle and reintegrate. If he is back and changed and rising above, he has reintegrated, madam. So instead of putting him into punishment, overseeing is needed. Become a probation officer for him, and you will see the sea change will come.
Yeah, but recently, madam, due to POCSO Act, it is very much, it is a big concern on the governments that one has to be surely penalized. So that's why it's a very now a difficult thing.
This is what I said, that's what I said, that in whether it is young offenders or whether it is the juveniles, if the probation officer comes forth and says, "I take the custody of the boy, I'll see to it," punishment has to be given. He has to be put into behind bars, but he will not be given that type of punishment that it becomes into life imprisonment or something. If it is overseen that he has changed, then obviously the judiciary also, there is leniency. It will change and he will be done. But then there again, a guardian is needed. Who can be the guardian? The best guardian is the
Dear madam, from where can we get these probation officers? Matlab, how can we go through them to get these probation officers?
probation officers, they are trained probation officers. There is degree in probation. I think Dr. Tilak Raj and all, it's a part of social work. Probation officers, they are social workers, you can say. They go for probation training. You will find them, now we will say where to find them. The departments are there, like Tata Institute of Social Science and others will able to inform you where you will find. But it's not that it's a separate cell. Probation officer is a separate cell. But probation officers are trained, or they have been trained into probation with the help, of various universities who are imparting social work and other things, criminology, correctional. Probation is also being trained, being inculcated. So you have to, if you are talking of appointing some probation officers, you put out the recruitment thing, you will find that people will come forth. They have master's degrees in social work. They have master's degrees in criminology. As Dr. Tilak Raj said, they have master's degrees in correctional system, and probation is an integral part of the criminology and correctional system. You will get it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
But unfortunately, let me complete. Unfortunately, what is happening is even the correctional homes and the prisons are not having adequate probation officers. They are depending on NGOs, welfare officers to do the work. That is why the work remains incomplete.
Can I be the probationer officer in this case, ma'am?
Why not? If you have the requisite qualifications, you can.
Okay.
You have to have requisite qualifications.
Right.
You just go into what are their prescribed qualifications for probation officer. Right. You have to have knowledge of criminology. You have to have knowledge of correction, psychology, law, many other things. I think, they will aptly tell you what all required. If you have, you can. And not only that, I think, if you study the Juvenile Justice Act, you study the Probation Offenders Act, it says that anybody who's aptly qualified and is willing to take the responsibility of the person concerned can become also a probation officer. You go through the act, you'll understand.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your insight and deep work for the society.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am, for your response. Now we have another question for Dr. Shubhra Sanyal, ma'am. Ma'am, with the situation facing us in the society where government cry of lack of fund to finance the prison, is it visible for them to provide a proper reclassification of prisoners in the prison to avoid overcrowdedness? Don't you think prison and rehabilitation service should be handled by private agencies or NGOs?
Well, that is a very distant future where NGOs and NGOs handling, I have my apprehension, frankly speaking. Prisons is a very big area to discuss. It is generally prisons are under the, welfare department or under the home ministry. And if we have amply trained people inside the prison, not only trained people, what is required is a system classification of prisoners. If the prisoners are classified properly in first, casual offenders, first they are there. We have district jails, we have sub jails, we have central jails, we have open prison. There are so many there. But overcrowding cannot be stopped just because anybody who's even has not committed crime or is a minor offender, petty offender, they are put, first they are put inside the prison. मैं बहुत हंस के बोलती हूँ, मैं लगातार बोलती रही हूँ, जेल में डाल के पूछा जाता है तुमने क्या क्राइम किया है. तो these petty offenders, simple thefts, not even robbery and crime, these petty offenders, thefts and all, if they are just, handled by the police and arrested and left, giving them a severe warning, then much of the overcrowding will stop. But it doesn't happen. You will notice that in the prison, many will bear with me, those in the correctional and Dr. Tilak Raj and others, during the winter, the prisons get more overcrowded. Because many of people pick up crimes to come into the prison, get some clothing, some get warm clothes, some food, poor people, so that they don't die on the street. Overcrowding starts. Severe, mere rivalry, mere fight, mere quarrel on the road, they are put behind bars. Now, these things can be avoided if the police, in a discreet manner, try to question them, interview them, and send them with a mere admonition, with mere warning, then prisons will not get overcrowded. Then another point, the judiciary will blame me for the slow way the trial goes on. Just now, a message came to me from Dr. R.N. Mangoli, Dr. Tilak Raj, that said that after 13 years, a man gets bail for a mere crime. This message he sent to me. After 13 years, a man gets bail for a mere crime. Then when he'll be released, what will he get? What compensation will you give? So the slow process, the way the judgment and the trial goes on in the court, many times what happened, a person who has simply committed is a casual offender, as a provocative offender. He languishes in the jail for 12 years, 13 years. Many go on coming in this way, adding to the crowd in the prison. And that leads to significant problems. So there are many factors which are contributing to the overcrowding inside the prison that we must always understand. Not simply the space. Space is not there, but there are other reasons also behind it. Okay?
Thank you.
Have I answered? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your response. Now we have a question which I think is open for all of our speakers to comment upon. We have a question that how can a recidivist rapist be rehabilitated? Can they be placed on probation?
See, the word is recidivist, then rapist. There are two things added. So we have to be clear. Because if a person has raped, really raped, with all the evidences and has been tried.
I will add, I would like to answer to this question.
Yeah, he is using the word recidivist rapist, these two terms.
Yeah. Already he is a rapist for which there is no escape. It is extremely difficult. And again, you are telling a recidivist. That the objective punishment is retribution, deterrence, and rehabilitation. Now, added one is incapacitation. So that certain hardcore criminals who cannot be there in the community, who will continuously give problem to the community, they cannot be rehabilitated, they cannot be reformed. Instead, you keep him in the prison. That is the situation in other countries. So that such hardcore criminals, and that also a rapist, a recidivist, can you have a rapist who is a recidivist near to your home? Can you give your home for rent? Can you give?
Yeah. No.
You cannot. Yeah. Because you understand the concept of fear of crime. Fear of crime is always there. This fellow already raped 2 or 3 people and he is released. He is there in the community. How can you keep him? So that the question doesn't arise for a hardcore criminal who is a recidivist, habitual offender who has committed a rapist. So that he must be sent to the prison, and that is the situation. See, I tell you a simple example. What happened to the Naida case? After all, he is a young boy. There was a hue and cry at the world level, India level. But for that, the society doesn't accept. You must understand the will of the public also very important. There is a judge. You cannot on individual basis that you're recidivist, a rapist, continuously raping so many people, and you want to rehabilitate him. You want to be a soft corner to him. That is not the. That days have gone. Today, the correction has completely changed. The scenario has changed. Retribution, deterrence, rehabilitation, and incapacity. There are certain criminals. You can't keep a terrorist outside near your home. You can't keep a terrorist who is a habitual offender near our community. So that the question of rehabilitation doesn't arise when a rapist is a recidivist habitual offender.
Yeah, I have a bit of a different perspective on that. I think I found it interesting that this person used recidivist, rapist next to each other. I think the question we need to answer is, why is this person committing the same crime again and again, right? And rehabilitation has a misconstrued, is misconstrued as a concept. I think rehabilitation is about understanding why this person is doing what he or she is doing, and then addressing the core issue and removing the recidivism part from the rapist, right? Understanding why this repeat is happening. Is it because of some form of mental health issue? Is it just cultural? Why is this person doing what he or she is doing? Was it normalized for this person growing up as a child? Did this person see this happening around again and again? And is that normalized in this person's mindset, right? We need to understand where this is coming from. And if I don't think there is a point if we say this person cannot be rehabilitated. I think there is, as long as this person has the mental understanding, right, like cognitive abilities to understand, I think there is always a chance of rehabilitation. So I think we need to go to the basics of understanding why this person is repeating this crime, and does this person have the understanding that it's a crime, and where is this response and behavior coming from?
Now, I want to come in. I want to say something. When you use the word recidivist rapist, we have to be careful that a person who is repeatedly, raping, and there is, something that he is mentally sick. He is a pervert. In psychology, we say that this person is a pervert, sexual pervert, because he is not relenting, not changing, not regretting. Again, you have to notice that there are certain phenomena for those who rape. They are raping a particular age group. Some people above puberty or below puberty. This is a mental sickness. This is a pervert. In that case, the saying that can he be rehabilitated is a very distant idea. He has to be kept for the safety of the society, for the safety of the victims, for the safety of the target groups in the prison or any treatment center. He cannot, the word rehabilitation, the very concept of rehabilitation, which I'm fighting for, has to be withdrawn in this case because he's mentally sick.
Exactly. So I think
no, let me complete, Dr. Meghna, let me complete the second thing. The second question, you were saying something, I'm forgetting. You had, second was not about the rapist, you were talking about rehabilitation. Rehabilitation, with all my experience and all my knowledge of the prisoners and women prisoners and juveniles I've interacted, rehabilitation should start immediately at the first inception when they are casual offenders and they're first offenders. Once they become repeated offenders, then the concept of rehabilitation has failed. Recidivism occurs whenever the word rehabilitation has failed. So therefore, when you talk of the word, those who are repeated and recidivists, how best you can rehabilitate, they have failed. It has failed. It has to start right at the beginning. The moment they are first offenders or casual offenders, rehabilitation has to start there. If it is successful, well and good. If it is not, they are going to repeat into crime. Go on. Because there is a word in psychology, we talk of psychopathics. We talk of psychopathics, of two categories.
Yeah,
Dr. Tilak,
yeah.
Yes, Dr. Tilak.
Yeah, I think you are coming from abroad. You might have heard about professional killers. Good number of movies have come. You know, professional killers. Can you think of reforming a professional killer? I think the same thing applicable here for a rapist.
That's precisely what I was coming to. So we need to understand if this is coming from a mental illness, which cannot be dealt with, like psychopaths, right? Or if it's coming from normalizing certain behaviors. And as Shubhra ma'am rightly said, we need to kind of nip the bud when it just started, right? So when the person first commits, recidivists are also an outcome of lack of rehabilitation, right? Because they haven't been rehabilitated when they committed the first time or the second time. So they don't know how to, or they don't know right from wrong. So they keep committing the same crimes. So is it an outcome of mental illness, or is it an outcome of psychopathology, or is it an outcome of just normalizing, is what we need to understand. That's where I was coming from when I said we need to understand the root cause of where this repeatedness of committing a crime is coming from, and if there is a chance of rehabilitation with this person.
He is not a normal person, first of all. That is a simple answer.
Yeah.
He is not a normal person cannot be kept. He can commit a crime at any time. He is mentally ill. See, we studied ego, superego. It is the animal instinct. Sex is the animal instinct. All through he was not socialized in that particular aspect. That is the reason. But it's a long, for Meghana told it's a good for studying a scientific study. It's a good subject. But the question of rehabilitating him and leaving him on probation, it's a very big question. Because you are talking from the perspective of the individual offender, but you must think about the society at large. You are answerable to the society. Okay, I tell you a simple example. When we visited the county prisons in US, and there was a prisoner who has come from the prison, 10 years already undergoing imprisonment for drug trafficking. And the judge says there is another case, he is given punishment of another 15 years. I asked, this has never happened in India for life sentence. We that 14 years is a big thing. You are keeping him 10 years, another 15 years. Do you know what was his answer? You might be heard about. They have a jury system. The judge says it is not me alone take a decision. You people like you, the group of people from the society, they come together. What they want, we are answerable to the society, such a serious criminal, so that the society decides. So that now the things are changing, the punishment things. Other side there's a probation, other side there is a rehabilitation. The other end, there are criminals of various kinds, so that each one needs an individual approach.
I would like to say something here. Yeah. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
you're audible.
There was a very sensational case. There are many cases which I'm forgetting at the moment, but one case just came to my mind when Dr. Meghnam has the Nithari case. Nithari case in Noida area in UP. Very famous case where this man, Kohli, used to rape, entice the girls in his house and rape and kill them and eat their bodies, fleshes and bones. He became a cannibal. It was diagnosed. He was given life imprisonment. He was not life, he was given death penalty. But later it was converted into life imprisonment because it was discovered that he was a mentally sick person. So there is a word called perversion, sexual perversion. These type of people whom we call recidivist rapes. You cannot talk of the word rehabilitating because then you have to go into their mind and see whether they are really psychologically fit to resettle into the society. In that case, I will say it is better that they should be put under surveillance, under supervision, and check. That's my contention. Yes?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now, Aarti, I would just like to put a question because a couple of questions has raised in my mind after listening to all the speakers, all the things that they have said. Like, if we say that, so is it so that the recidivists, all the recidivists, whether they are rape offenders, are psychopaths? First question. And second is, are we talking this rehabilitation just for the first time offenders or for the offenders who are committing some kind of petty offenses, not for the rape offense or some kind of heinous offenses? So these are the couple of questions that have raised into my mind, and I would like to request all the speakers to kindly put some light on this, throw some light on these two questions.
If House will permit, I want to add something.
Sure, sir.
Here, ma'am has said that there is if someone is mentally ill, then in trial there is complete provision. If anyone is mentally ill or lunatic person, then chapter 25 of CRPC from section 328 to 339 clearly provides that the trial of such person will not go in the court. If he is lunatic or mentally ill, he will send to the mental health care center, and they will not try. First thing. Second thing, if you classify the criminals, then in today's scenario, we can classify it from, that is from below 16 years, in between 16 to 18, and above 18. And the procedure, punishment, and everything is clearly different from below 16, 16 to 18, and above 18. Below 16, in every case, the maximum detention is 3 years in cases of juvenile. And in between 16 to 18, we have to find out the mental maturity or understanding the act. Then after that, he can be tried as adult criminals. Otherwise, he will be also treated juvenile, and the maximum detention is 3 years only. Yeah. But in cases where it is above 18 years, then he may be treated as adult criminals, and he will punish according to law prescribed for rape laws and under POCSO Act. But one thing here, I would like to attract the attention that age is the basic consideration at the time of awarding sentence. And if you go through the act, then there is minimum sentence and maximum sentence. And age is the important consideration to give the detention, that how much time he will be inside the jail. And rehabilitation and reformation is the continuous process. Even in jail, they have to rehabilitate and reform. And it will lifelong process. That's why they get remission of sentence. That's why they get parole of the sentence. If the court has awarded 20 years incarceration or 30 years incarceration, it doesn't mean that he has to pass 30 years. On the basis of their behavior correction, their sentence could be remitted and they might be released in early also. It means that that process is lifelong process during their incarceration. It means that once he is sent to the jail, it doesn't mean that rehabilitation and reformation cannot take place. Yes. It is just my submission.
Yeah, Yashwant, I had a point to make. So to answer your first question, did you say something about, can you say the first question so I'm clear with?
Yeah, so I was just asking that the recidivists, and especially when we talk about the rape offenders. So as the speakers have said earlier, and what I have concluded with the speakers, what they have said, that the rape offenders who are recidivists are some kind of associated with some kind of psychopathological issue or some kind of psychopathy. So is it so all the recidivists who are rape offenders or the rape offenders who are recidivists are psychopaths? Is it so?
That is not necessarily true. All recidivists are not psychopaths. So this is where I was coming from earlier, right? So we need to understand where the recidivism is coming from, right? Is it because of a mental illness, sexual perversion, like ma'am was saying, right? Or being a psychopath, a serial rapist, for example? Or is it coming from normalization of the act of rape, right, as an act of dominance and power, right, where the person has an understanding that this is probably against the law, but it's also coming from just what they've seen. It's normal around them, where it is normal to rape a person. They've seen it happen all the time, and they think that's how you show dominance and power over someone. Right. So there is that, there's dominance and power, versus there is just committing an act of crime without having the awareness of where this is arising from. Right. So not all recidivist rapists are psychopaths. Right. But do people continue raping people even after they, do it once and they get caught or whatever? Yeah, they do.
So is it possible to rehabilitate a rape offender or sexual offender? Is it possible?
So we need to understand what do you mean by rehabilitate, right? So if you're trying to make them understand, like where, what they're doing is right or wrong, and make them understand the essence of the impact it has had on the person, on the victim, and the society as a whole, then if the person has the cognitive abilities to understand it, if somebody is trying to make them understand and put them through therapy and counseling, medication, whatever it takes, and they have the physical and mental capability to understand it, yes, they can be rehabilitated. But if they have a serious mental illness that is adding to the commission of this crime, then rehabilitation and reintegration into society is very, very difficult. And they would rather be kept under psychiatric care all their lives.
Yeah, I want to come in and say something. When we are talking of the Yashwant, when we are talking of, there was a question regarding rehabilitation of recidivists. Minus rape. I'm not rapist ki baat nahi kar rahi.
Yes, ma'am.
Whenever we are talking of recidivism and whether we are able to rehabilitate, a question comes in the mind. Man, where he is going back. You have to take it in a very holistic view. This is what I am designing for the juveniles. What type of challenges they are facing when they are get released, whether from the homes or from the prisons. Are the society willing to accept them? Is the man who's going out because he's not getting any probation services, no guardian, no supervision, is he able to confront the challenges, whether it's coming from the family, from the community, from the vicinity, from the victim's family? If he's not able to face the challenges, then where is he going? He is either being thrown asunder somewhere, or he joins the criminal gang, or he commits crime and comes back. So recidivism is a very deep word. It is not that he is doing it voluntarily on his own. He is compelled to do it. There have been umpteen cases, I'm telling you, that where a person has come to prison because of the feud between the families of the cultural land owners. One man comes inside the jail and he says that I have killed and come. In the meantime, what happens? The family feud is going on. Another member of the opposite party gets killed. So he decides that when I go back, I'll take revenge and kill another person. Now that is pre-planned. He has been given bail, he comes out, or he has got released, he is a recidivist. Another person, another case I'm telling, where he has changed, he wants to settle down. But when he comes out, people are not willing to accept him. Again, that family feud starts. Again, he is being threatened. And then when he takes up his revolver or his sword or his lathi, he is caught, he becomes a recidivist. So my contention is that in such a precarious case, again, I come back to probation, that if the probation officer gets an idea of the outlay of the society where the man is going after release and is able to help him to confront those challenges, is able to educate the society, the vicinity, the family that accept him, he is a changed man, recidivism will not occur. Agreed? This is for the normal case. Now coming to the rape case. Now in the rape case, if, again, I'm putting the word if, that if the individual has regretted for what, not this thing, he becomes recidivist later. If he regretted for what he has done and he apologizes and he wants to change himself, once again, I repeat, and the victim's family comes out to help him, the family members, because all the time, why I'm saying family? Because when you find a child even going astray, going into crime, is a forsaken youth in my language. Family has left him aside. And in that case, what happens? The self, who am I? Who am I? I'm one who's considered as nothing. I'm considered as a criminal. I'm considered as an outlaw. Then that person, how will you rehabilitate him? So the family need to be educated first. Then only that can take place. Recidivism will stop. So, in the case of rape also, Dr. Tilakraj said that, it's a serious offense and therefore, you have to think twice. But when the person has been tried, sentenced and sent back, a single rape, not repeated, he's not a recidivist at the moment. He is one who has committed an offense and he's regretted. I'm repeatedly emphasizing Dr. Tilakraj. He's not a recidivist. He has regretted. He wants to change. He wants to apologize. He wants to compensate for his crime. He should be given a chance to rehabilitate. But how will he rehabilitate? if the society is not willing to accept him, the family is not willing to accept. Don't you think there comes the need of the probation officer to help him to resettle somewhere else, not in that particular place? He can be a doctor, he can be a mentor, he can be a Samaritan for him. Yeh main keh rahi hu. Is it correct? Agreed?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for your response. I hope we can take up the next question.
Aarti, I think we should move. How many questions do we have?
I think there are 1 or 2 questions only.
Okay, fine. We can take those questions.
Yeah. We have a question to Binay Shankar sir, that the POXO Act has become very overreaching and out of context, and it has invoked his parents in case of teenage romantic relationships. How would court like to correct or contain this aspect of this act?
Basically, this is the gray area which need to consult mostly in trial court. I find that more than 50% cases related to this romantic relation is coming to the court. But as there is bar that below 18 years, the consent doesn't mean consent. In such cases, we have to try the case under POXO Act. And generally, the practical aspect which I am telling, in most of the cases, victim used to come and become hostile, and the accused get released. Although court, I found that they are liberal in bail, but still that area is yet not addressed, which need to be addressed too. To protect the fate of several young boys and girls, both, as to appreciate their biological development, their freedom, and this area is gray area, yet not addressed and need to be addressed.
Thank you so much, sir, for your response. I hope we are done for the questions now.
Aarti, are we done with the questions?
Yes, Yashwant, you can hold off now of the session now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Aarti, for again conducting this question answer session so well. Thank you very much, and thank you again to all the speakers for making this question and answer session so interactive and so insightful. Thank you so much to all the speakers. And now we are moving. So we are done with the sessions and the question and answer hour. So we are moving towards a very special occasion that we have gotten opportunity by Dr. Subra Sanyal Madam, and we feel very fortunate that she had decided to launch a book with us. So it's time for the launch of the book, Children in Conflict with Law, Efforts to Reform and Rehabilitate, the book which is dedicated to the children waiting for the new dawn, authored by Dr. Subra Sanyal Madam. And it's really a moment of proud for both the organizations, CRDO India and SIFS India. And what we believe as an organization and what we have just decided, that the best person to inaugurate a book could only be the author herself, as she has put her every effort, every bit of her time to make this book happen. So I request Madam to kindly show all of us a book and announce it launched. And I would also request Madam to speak a few words about her books and the journey of this book. Please, Madam.
Thank you. Now, who's speaking? Yashwant, shall I start?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you very much. Oh, now let me say how I started this. You know, when I was doing my counseling in Queensway camp soon after my retirement from NICFS, like 2007, until 2014, I was coming across various boys in the observation home who were literally thrown out by their parents, who had been going into drugs, who had been asked to procure drugs and drinks for their fathers, and who were also, you know, being lured away by their peer groups to commit crime. They were landing there. And it became not only my cup of tea, it became my hobby, it became my habit, it became a second home, Kingsway Camp. And these children became my children. My best effort was to listen to them, even if I gave my 1 year to hear them, and I used to listen intently to the unsaid words. Between the words, the emotions that they were spreading, and they were saying that we are here while boys of our age are there studying. Why? The question was why. So, you know, what made me was that I must, sorry. Yes.
Please continue.
So my aim became to design a proposal and try to study them, do their case studies through the help, with the help of certain statistical designs, some statistical tools, measure them and find out whether they are really changing in the present setup, whether they are willing to go back and start a new life, whether they are learning the skills that are being taught to them, or is it that they are remaining within themselves, putting up a fake image and trying to enjoy the shelter of the correctional homes. This was the reason that I sent this proposal to the Ministry of Women and Child Development, and I spoke to the secretary because this was an unusual thing that I was given an independent work. I was told to share it with an NGO. I said, I will not do it. Whatever I have learned from the boys, I will try to redeem their grievances. You give me the independent work with a team of youngsters, I will do this job. And that's for this book. Before it come into shape, let me go into the path that we have endeavored. 9 states were being taken, became a national study, and 20 to 25 correctional homes or more, I think these book will contain all the details, were visited by the team members, and they went on interviewing the boys and the girls and started finding out as to why they came into it, what the reason of the crime. The personality profile was studied, their attitude towards change was studied, and how best they can go back and restore themselves was studied. And this is how the book came up. The book's title, therefore, I gave Efforts to Reform Children in Conflict with Law, Efforts to Reform and Rehabilitate. And why I said efforts? Because as per the JJ Act, government is doing its utmost. But I will say once again that as I'm saying the government is doing its utmost, all homes are not adequately doing it. The Juvenile Justice Act is not uniformly getting implemented in all the states of the country. But then why? All these things, the limitations all are given mention in the book. Each home that had been studied, their profile has been given. I have not made a simple change in the book. I have given it, the raw data has been given. The designs have been mentioned. The objective has been mentioned because I wanted that let this book be a mirror to the students of criminology, to the researchers, and let them see how and where and why and when we have done this study and how we have gone ahead. So this study brings out very relevant findings where probation is also one of them. Very relevant finding. All the correctional homes that have been visited, the profile has been given, the shortcomings have been given. Children who have parents coming to meet them, everything has been mentioned. How many have got released, presumed to be rehabilitated, has been given. And the rehabilitation model, short rehabilitation model, has also been mentioned in the book. The book cover page shows a boy on the top of the hill trying his utmost to help another friend of his in their home to climb up. That is a symbolic system of the efforts of rehabilitation. If you look at the back of the book, it sees a boy running to the new dawn. So this book is being dedicated to these juveniles, saying that children waiting for the new dawn. I hope, this book, the findings of the book, the designs of the book will be able to, teach, learn, aware, not only the chronology, even we people will learn from this as to how to go further ahead. And also the new criminology students coming up, people who are working on juveniles, and how best we can work. I say that I will also learn. You give me the feedback after doing the book that here you have lacked, and there I can pick up again. Because this is the first step. I have 3 designs for them. One is still in the ministry, where I have spoken about the community-based treatment program, where I have projected that if the correctional homes are failing in certain places, not able to give rehabilitative vocational skills enough, then the community nearby should take up once he's released, send there and make him learn. But unfortunately, friends, I know my personal experience says that aftercare homes owned by the government is not adequately equipped to help or enable a child to go back to school, to learn of skill, because there they said that now he's released, he can go home, come back, it's not a headache. But this should not be. If we have voluntary organization, community organization, where the boy after release enters, then he can continue his training, he can continue his skill, and he can develop, because he is in a fertile stage. He's in a formative stage. His personality is still developing. Why should we close it? When we talk of the child's right, here is the right of the child. Just because he has committed an offense and come into the career, his right has not stopped. This book contains everything in detail, that he is now leaving the thing. He must go back and change. How to change? How to change is our duty to help him to change. So you will find in this book that child is waiting for the new dawn. He will continue to wait for the new dawn unless he is really rehabilitated. So this book I had tried as the first design for my juveniles. Second is in the ministry, which I hope it will come out shortly, where I've taken out on the community-based treatment program, whether that will enable the children after leaving the correctional home to come. And the third, friends, is God blessing if I can do it. And Dr. Tilak Raj knows very well that design is about the children when they face challenges outside after release, how best to restore them and save them from the dangers of the society. So this is what, and I'm very fortunate and very lucky that CRDO and SIV have given me a chance to launch this book on their platform. This book contains a total population of more than 700 juveniles. It's a national study done over a stretch of 10 to 12 states, including Delhi, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, you name many, they are all there. And pattern has been shown at how they have been handled. And you will find when you go through these studies that probation system is lacking everywhere, not there. So therefore, I once again conclude with it that this book will enable you to understand what I'm talking, what actually the juvenile justice system, what are these limitations and strengths, and how best we can help here. Thank you once again to all of you. Yes, I forgot to say one question.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me say something very segment. This book has been published by Kaveri Book Publishers Limited. They are Delhi based. The book carries the link. So if you ask me where to buy the book, I think the organizers will be giving you the link of the book where you can procure the book. It is done by the Kaveri Book Publishers Delhi base. Thank you. That's what I wanted to conclude. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Professor.
Thank you, sir. You are my inspiration. You are my inspiration.
I am very sure your book will bring into light the social reality of the implementation of Juvenile Justice Act, because many times the act has been amended, but what is happening inside we don't know. But I am very sure that your book will bring it to light what is happening there actually in real situation, whether it is prison or whether it is a correctional institution or the juvenile court or the juvenile justice board. So that I am very sure this book will be of immense use, particularly students of criminology. I think because it is based on evidence-based research, you have your nation level, you have collected data, analyzed. It will be of great use to everybody who has some concern for the children. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tilaraj. You have always been my inspiration. Thank you very much. And I hope we'll come out with a second one also. And I'll be able to discuss that also on some point. Thank you very much once again. Yes,
Was I muted, Aarti?
Yes, Yashwant.
Okay, it's okay. So I would like to congratulate Dr. Subha Sanyal, Madam, on the behalf of entire CRDO India family. Many, many congratulations, ma'am, for this book. And I request you to kindly, if you have a copy available with you right now, please show it to everyone, ma'am, if you have in hand.
I have gone out. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Just a minute. I think you are showing the book. You are showing the book.
Ma'am, we have shown the poster of the book, ma'am. We request you to kindly show the copy of the book, a hard copy of the book.
Yes, I have come out, I don't know. Again, you have to help me. Just give me 1 minute time. You can go on this thing. Let me get in again.
Definitely, we are online, ma'am.
What happened? Yeah, I'm coming back. Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, now what, you want me to show the book?
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am. And please announce the book launch, ma'am.
Can you see the book?
Yes, ma'am. So once again, we need to
I'll turn the back also. I'll turn the back also. You can see the back?
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Can you see the back?
Yes, ma'am. We can see it.
And this is the front.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for choosing this platform for launching and inaugurating your book, ma'am. Thank you so much. We feel so fortunate and pleased for getting this opportunity, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I think I will thank you. Thank you, CRDO, and thank you, SIF, for providing me the platform. This is what motivates we people, researchers, to continue our work. And, it becomes a passion. Dr. Tilak Raj has been my inspiration all the time. He said, I'm at your side. It is an inspiration. I'm a psychologist. Today, I'm a criminal psychologist. And now I feel, Yashwant and your CRDO people and all, that little I can do at the fag end of my career, little that I can do to rehabilitate at least these juveniles so they do not become hardened criminals in tomorrow's India. So this is what my effort, and I God blessing, if I can continue further, you will be seeing 2 more books coming in on the same issue of the juveniles, reintegration. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my book.
I would like to mention that, as you know, that how we work, the organization work, and what your idea is about rehabilitating the juveniles and correcting them and not letting them indulging to the hardened crimes. So, ma'am, you know that CRDO India is standing with you, and we will do our best to work with you, ma'am, and work towards the same idea and rehabilitating the juveniles and preventing them from falling into criminality, and as well as not only for the juveniles but also for the other offenders, as well as in the different section of criminal justice system. And we have here the Professor Tilak Raj, sir, the president of Asian Criminological Society. So we are very an honorable judge. Shri Bina Shankar sir is here, Meghna ma'am is here. So we feel really fortunate that we are being able to share the platform with you, and we are very thankful to you all for accepting our invitations and being the speaker for our session. So moving towards the end of the session, for this wonderful symposium, I request our Joint Secretary, Mr. Pratikshit Tiwari, who is also co-founder of the CRDO India, to kindly summarize the event and present the vote of thanks. And I would like to say a few lines about Pratikshit Tiwari, that he keeps a keen interest in green criminology and prison psychology, and he has also worked at the Jodhpur Central Jail during his dissertation, and he has done a great work in that. And Mr. Pratikshit Tiwari is also a member of Communication Committee of World Society of Victimology, and he has also represented India through the CRDO India at the International Forum of the World Society of Victimology. So I request Pratikshit Tiwari to kindly present the vote of thanks and summarize the event. Please, sir.
Thank you, Yashwant, for all that. So I'll be saying that in terms of knowledge production, we always stand on the shoulders of giants. And today, these giants in their respective fields prove it right to. And there are always people who have gone before us, but there are people who walk beside us, on whom we depend as well. And by saying so, I want to thank the organization without whom this symposium wasn't possible, the Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, and thank Dr. Ranjit sir for promoting us, and especially Aarti for handling all the backstage work. I thank you all, the participants who invoked the inner curiosity for this topic and the zeal to work in this area. And would thank especially our guest speakers who out of their hectic schedule took the time to educate us and the society on their leisure Sunday afternoon. And to summarize the event, the first session was taken up by Mr. Anil Kumar Sinha. He's an advocate from Bihar who enlightened us for all the legal concepts and provisions there are in the law. Followed by the president of Asian Society of Criminology, Dr. R. Tilagraj sir, who eminently discussed and focused upon probation as a remedial tool and why it's necessary in the contemporary time. I thank him for answering each and every question holistically and interact how he interacted with the audience with such crucial and vital information that he has acquired all through the ages. And the third session was taken up by the Honorable Dr. Binay Shankar sir, who's a judge from Bihar, and expressed his belief on judicial trends relating to reformative practices and how we can do better in it. His ancient and mythological examples were quite unique and interactive, I must say. And I thank him for educating us about the technical aspects in passing the judgments of probation. Second session was led by Meghna Srivatsav ma'am, who lit up the symposium with her knowledgeable presence. She brilliantly bridged the gap of mental health and prisons, which is a very underlooked issue. She holistically mentioned how mental health of prisoners go hand in hand with the probations. And the last session was taken up by our evergreen and ever supportive, our dear Shubhra Sanyal ma'am, who has been the standing pillar of the organization and has been the driving force of the symposium like many others in the past. Sanyal ma'am enlightened us about how the prisons have failed to implement the Malimat committees and other valuable research already done in the suggestion of segregation of prisoners. The experience that ma'am bring on stage is quite commendable, and the case studies which he spoke about were very interesting, and surely our audience would have grabbed a lot of knowledge from it. And I would thank ma'am and congratulate her for this book and wish luck for the next upcoming two. And here we come to the end of the symposium, and I thank each and every participant joining us, our eminent speakers, our partners from SIFS, and everyone inclined towards making the change. It's a good day from the CRDO, and that's all, folks.
Thank you all.
I would like to thank on behalf of Dr. Ranjit Singh sir, because he's busy at the moment with some work. So thank you.
Aarti was saying something?
Yeah, some confusion has come up.
Okay, I think we have lost the connection with Aarti.
Okay, just we'll wait for a few seconds till she clears up the technical glitch.
Parishit, for a while, can I come in?
Yeah, sure.
I'm getting messages. People are wanting the link of the book. Okay. So if you can put it on your portal, so those who are wanting it,
they can update it on our website, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry, there was some network issue. Yeah, so I was thanking CRDO India on behalf of Dr. Ranjit Singh sir, because he's just occupied with some work. So I think we are working in the field of forensic science, and being a part of this society, it's very important to take up issues which are not just normal to talk upon, and they obviously need attention of the people that we are surrounded with. So it's a very good initiative taken by CRDO India, and we are really glad to have you, we have you with us. So, and it was very grateful and it was very insightful by all the speakers who gave their experiences and the views they had upon throughout the work that they have done throughout the years. So thank you very much to every eminent speakers and to CRDO India as well. So yes.
Thank you very much, Aarti, and thank you very much, Pratikshit, for giving a vote of thanks and telling us about the CIFS. Thank you so much, Aarti. And I also thank you on behalf of entire CRDO India for all your support and coordination that you have been doing since the day one.
Thank you.
So that's it from today's symposium. I hope you all took the most of the knowledge from this organization or from this symposium. Thank you very much. And Aarti, I think we should let them fill the feedback form for a while, and then we can disconnect. We can switch off this.
Yeah. And we have people asking for the link of books. So there are there are a lot of international participants over here from Nigeria and Bangladesh as well.
Yeah.
So they were asking for the book link. So I hope we will be able to share the link of how to get their copies.
So
Yep, the link will be on our website, so just drop our website detail, and we'll be uploading it there.
We have dropped the details of website, the link of the website there in the chat box, and they can search it from there.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you so much, and see you all in the next event. Hopefully, you will all join us back in the next event. Thank you.
Thank you again, Yashwant and everyone, for this very nice session. I'm really feeling God has blessed me to come in touch with you all, and you youngsters, you cross all boundaries and go ahead with your work. Thank you once again from my side to all of you.
Thank you so much, Yashwant, CRDO, for this opportunity. This was a fun and productive Sunday afternoon.
We will look forward for some collaboration with the organization as well, ma'am, in the future.
Look forward to it too. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Aarti, I think we can leave. We'll just let the participants fill up the feedback form. Shubhra ma'am, you can leave. The platform will be open for a few minutes for the participants so that they can.
Yeah, Parikshit, I wanted to say something before I leave, and I think we have shared it with Yashwant and everyone. You know, now the thing is this, all the feedbacks that are coming, I'm telling to everyone, CRDO people and SIF, these need to be consolidated into some notes so that, we can make a real document of it and submit it to the ministry that here we are. And this is, otherwise it will be an ensuing problem. It will go on, and we go on talking. It will not have any effective result. So that's why, sorry, Yashwant, yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, ma'am. Ma'am, we'll have a post-event meeting after this, ma'am, and then we can discuss all these things because, we have discussed earlier.
Okay, so you're having I thought, yes, Precious said you can leave, so I thought, fine.
We'll have a meeting
for this platform, we'll be having our closed door meetings.
Yeah.
So I need not, I thought I'd be leaving, so I said complete my version. So I think, Yashwant, you don't need me anymore. I can leave now.
No, we need you forever, ma'am, but you can leave.
Okay, nice, after solemn discussion, a little laughter will do,
Yeah,
it will make things light. We had a very serious discussion. Fine then, thank you once again, and I think I'll take leave now.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good day, ma'am. Take care. Yes, Aarti, you were saying something?
We have received most of the responses, so I think we can close the meeting for now.
Yeah, you can close the meeting.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So we'll leave now.
Yeah, we'll leave.